you're new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button, the like button, share because you care, and always comment below. I'm streaming on TikTok as well. TikTok is Prosperous Living with underscore T. Prosperous Living is where we have the panel. We can come up and have a conversation about the world that we live in, and understanding that the world is all mind, that the world is mental. The Bible is a book all about the mind. The Bible is a manifestation book. We are God manifested in the flesh, and everything proceeds from thought. That is what the Bible is reminding us. And how we change the reality in which we find ourselves in, how we live a prosperous life, is by choosing to. It's a decision. You are the operant power. You get to change the way you think, pay attention to your reality, do research, investigate, don't take anyone's word for it. You know, the hand is sometimes quicker than the eye. Don't always believe everything you see. I would say believe nothing of what you see. Do investigation. A lot of what you see is not what you think you see. What we see is a delayed response, and it's never what we think it is. So I say if you are not personally experiencing it, it should be all a theory to you. It should all be um, subjected to scrutiny. It's just you got to stop taking people's word for it. For whatever reason, we here on this third dimensional plane, we believe in the mystical, the fantastical, the magical. When everything that happens in your life happens in a natural, normal way, it's always something, someone behind the curtain. When you put a thought out there, there's a way that the universe fulfills your thought. It's always going to use people, though. It's going to use nature. All right. There are going to be things you do not see. But just because you didn't see how it happened doesn't mean there isn't an explanation for the happening. And we have to stop trying to put filling in God with the gap of something that you do not know. But we have a propensity to do that. We always want to say, well, if we didn't see it, if we can't explain it, then it must be a God. No. Just means there must be some more investigation. You must, you got to figure it out, figure out what's happening. Some people are not aware of the technological advances. Some people are not aware of, you know, the quote unquote magic that's happening, which is really just deception. They got you looking over here while they're doing this over there. And you have to stop being fooled by what you see. You have to decide to go by what you know and be okay with saying you just don't know. We are the Lord. Can't use the Lord for personal gain. I am the Lord. I am the Lord, thy God, and beside me there is no other. So people want to make God separate from them when God is their mind. God is consciousness. That's who God is. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning. How are you, Miss Kitty? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing this grand Saturday morning? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, hello. So I'm streaming on TikTok as well as YouTube. TikTok, tapping is clapping. We get to 10,000K. I open up the panel. You come and join the discussion, and we can talk about this world that we find ourselves in. And the world that you find yourself in is all your mind. Your world is your mind. And if you want your world to be different, you have to do what? Change your mind. That's what the Bible is instructing you to do from the book of Genesis to the book of Revelations. That if you want to have a change in your experience, you must have a change in your mind. Romans 12:2 puts it perfectly. It tells you to be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. The gospel say you must be what? Born again. You must experience the rebirth, which means you have to repent, which is what? Changing your mind. Proverbs says it this way: as a man thinks in his heart, which is synonymous with mind, so is he. Because it's not talking about your feelings, it's talking about your thoughts. What you think about, you bring about. Your word is your bond. Your word that proceeds out of your mouth shall never return unto you void. Is what you speak outwardly, inwardly, is what you say about yourself, is what you will experience in your life. So if you want to experience something differently, again, you have to think differently. You cannot keep thinking the same way and then expect to get a different outcome. Can't keep doing the same things. And the only reason why you keep doing the same things is because you keep thinking the same way. So you have to interrupt the action with a new thought, with a new belief. And as we learned, a belief is just a thought you continue to think. So guess what you have to do? Stop thinking that way. Be more optimistic. Be more intentional. Be more selective. Be purposeful in your thinking. Be deliberate. Absolutely, the definition of insanity. Hello, the humbled priest king. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Change the formula. Yep, manifest the destiny. Hello, Steve. Welcome, welcome, Steve Williams. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, sup. Hello, welcome, everyone. You're new here to YouTube. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, the like button, share the live, and comment below. I'm streaming both on YouTube as well as TikTok. TikTok is Prosperous Living with _T. YouTube is where you can find all the recaps of my lives. Have plenty of videos about this message, manifestation, understanding that all is mind, the world is mental, everything proceeds from thought. Everything you ever experienced in this reality was first a thought. It was first a thought. I am the way, the truth, and the life. That's what the script says. The script does not say, the script says, I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. No man comes to me unless the Father within me draws him. That's actually what the script says. So if we're going to quote the script, we must say the script as it is written. And it says that I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. And no man comes to me unless the Father within me draws him. And who's the Father? Your own consciousness. That is the Father that draws your man, your manifestations into your experience. Man is short for manifestations in the script. Oh, yep, Steve, that's it. I love it. Steve says someone told me before I go to sleep, write down what I want to do in the morning. Read it that helped me focus on my goal. Yep. Write the vision, make it plain. Grand rising, Sage Brooks, grand rising. Write the vision, make it plain, so that they read it shall run towards it. And though it tarry, you got to wait for it, because it shall surely come and what? Never be late. It's always on time. People now are making their visions plain. People are being double-minded, and they're wondering why they're not getting their desires. Keep it super simple. That's how we do over here on Prosperous Living. We kiss. KISS. Keep it super simple. Good morning, overnight millionaire. Beautiful risings. Love that, love that, love that. The Bible is a book about your mind. The God of Scripture is your consciousness, is your awareness. Everything comes forth proceeds from your own thought. Right? Is what you think about, you bring about. It's as you think, so you are. The script puts it another way. It says what? Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those that love it shall what? Eat the fruit thereof. Everything is based on your thinking, your speaking, what you hold to be true for you. So it matters not what another thinks. It only matters what you think, because you're the only thinker in your life. No one else is thinking your thoughts. I don't care what's going on, what you think is going on out there. You're the one thinking it. You're the one giving your attention to it. You are the one putting your awareness upon it. And so if you want life to be different, you must think differently. We learn through repetition. That's why I'm going to be repetitive in my speech, because that's and redundant, and keep reiterating the truth, because that's how we remember. That's how we learn. That's how we become aware of something. That's how something is impressed upon the subconscious, through repetition. You want to be self-hypnotized. Self-hypnotized, self-mesmerized. Yes, I love that. You have to focus on the goal. When you get to the goal, it doesn't matter. You already done it. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Tapping is clapping. Double, double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And so when you understand that your thoughts are creative, it is the creator in you, right? The script says it this way. In the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God, and then the Word becomes what? Flesh. And all things that were made by him, and there was nothing that was made that was not made by him. Made by who? The Word. Everything is made in your reality from your word. The logos. The creator in man. Thought. Right? Emerald tablets, thought. All is mind, says the Hermetica, the Kabbalion. Right? So does the book. So does the Bible. It tells you all is mind. Nothing happens without you first thinking about it. Regardless if you forgot how you were thinking. You may have forgotten about, that you were thinking a certain way until it appears in your reality. And because we don't remember quite the way we were always thinking, we think that life is happening to us. In actuality, life is happening because of us. You are the reason for the seasons in your life. You are the cause of your reality. Your awareness is the controller. It's a great book by Neville Goddard called The Power of Your Awareness. The Power of Awareness, right? Helps you remember to give your focus to the thing, give your attention to the thing that you want to see in your reality. That the true currency in this world is attention. The only thing you'll ever have to pay in this life is attention. Because you don't think about how you're going to get a thing. You think you put your attention on already having it. This is how the script says it. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received, past tense, received it, and you will. That is the crux of manifestation. Mark 11:24, Matthew 21:22. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire, whatever you decide, when you pray, when you give recognition, acknowledgement to the thing, believe you received it. Acceptance is key. And then you will. That's step 4. Step 4 is the do nothing state. The something that you do is decree and declare the thing you want. You call those things that be not as though they were, says the script. And then the unseen becomes what? Seen. Those things that which we see are not made by things which do appear, right? Out of the darkness comes a great light. Out of the invisible things are made visible. That's all it's saying. Out of darkness came a great light. Out of the unseen became the seen. That's all that means. What you could not see, now you do see. And how do you see it? You have to call it into being. You have to speak it. There's no such thing as a tormenting place. The only place you can be tormented is in your mind. That's the only place you can be tormented. Torment only happens in the mind. It happens as a result. The Bible already tells you where torment comes from. I believe it's 1 John. It reminds you, it tells you fear is what torments you. Fear. Fear is torment. But perfect love casts out all fear. And those who fear are not what? Made perfect in love. You can look it up. Everything I'm saying, you can look it up. Google it. I don't need to quote the scripture because I'm not a pastor, I'm not a preacher, and I'm not a Sunday school teacher. But you can look it up. I just told you. Just Google. Where does the Bible say perfect love casts out all fear? Where does the Bible say that fear is torment? I just told you it's in 1 John. So I don't need to give you scripture. I don't need to give you a chapter and verse. This isn't a Sunday school lesson. This isn't Bible study. I'm not a pastor or a preacher. I don't have to verify what I'm saying. You can look it up. I'm not here to spoon feed you anything. You should never trust anything anyone say anyway. If somebody's telling you something, we have Google in our hand. It's a search engine. You can search it out and it will bring up Bible.com, BibleGateway.com. It will bring you up the various virtual Bibles on your phone. So if you're questioning anything I say, all you gotta do is look it up. It does say in the Bible, God wants you rich. It actually said God makes you rich. So it's more than wanting you rich. God makes you rich. For the blessings of the Lord makes you rich. And that's Proverbs 10 and 22. I know where that one is. Go look at Proverbs 10 and 22. For the blessings of the Lord makes you rich and adds no sorrow to you. So yeah, God wants you rich. God wants rich. Hello from Sweden. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Rico, Montana. I don't really have to. Uzi, for real, if I see it. I already defined God. It's on my screen. What you mean define God? Can you not read? I already told you who God was. So why are you asking me a question that's clearly answered on my prompt? If you were wondering who God is, I told you. It's the first line on the prompt. What don't you get about what I'm saying there? No, you define mind. If you don't know what mind is, I can't help you with that. It's your awareness, it's your consciousness, it's what you're thinking. That's your mind. And what you're thinking, you're creating, which makes your mind a creator, which makes it God. Because everything proceeds from your thought, from your awareness, from your consciousness, from your beliefs. It's all of that in a bag of chips. It's everything. It's your awareness of being. Oh, I love that, Janae. God is thought, and the Lord is the law by which thought operates. Say that, Reverend Ike. Reverend Ike, I got you. I am Janae. How are you? Grand Rising. God is thought, and the Lord is the law by which thought operates. I know that. I know that's Reverend Ike right there. That's Reverend Ike right there. Oh, you say, why are you overthinking? Yeah, you got to learn how to shut your mind off. You know why you're overthinking? Because you're trying to figure out how to make something happen when you can never make anything happen. That's why people overthink, because they think they're the cause of the happening when your thought is. The moment you put it out there, the thought goes forth, oh, it never comes back void. That's why you don't have to figure out how to make it so. Your thought is intelligent. It is the wisdom of the ages. It knows exactly how to pray, to become formed, to become an experience. That's why you don't have to figure out what to do. Know that it's already done. The ways of thought are unknown to you. The ways of thought is unknown to you. That's what the script reminds you. For as high as the heaven is from the earth, so are my ways above your ways, and they are past finding out. Mind is never created. We know God is not created. So why are we asking questions that we already know the answers to? Are you just asking questions because you sincerely want to know, or are you just asking questions to be contrarian? Because God was never created and thus can never be destroyed, which is the same thing we say about energy. And if I say God is mind, that means mind being God can never have been created, because we know God was never created and thus can never be destroyed. The same yesterday, today, and forevermore. It is eternal, infinite, from everlasting to everlasting. It's not finite. So nothing created mind. Hey, Chantel, welcome. Said The Science of Getting Rich. I've read that book too. It's been a while, but I have read it. I read it several years ago, but I have read it before. I have read Science of Getting Rich. Hey, welcome. Yep. Oh, say that. Limitation on living your rich. I wanna be rich. Oh, I want money. Lots and lots of money, baby. I want the pie in the sky. I wanna be rich. Oh. For God, who richly gives you all things to enjoy. See, I came that you may have life, and that more abundantly. Beloved, I wish above all things that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers. So rich in every area of your life, any way that you can conceive. Rich in love, rich in friends, relationships, money, health, wealth, mindset, body, soul, mind, richness in every way you can think of. Yes, you are to be rich in every aspect of your life, lacking no good thing. Being holy, being perfect, that's richness. Being whole, complete, and lacking no good thing, that's richness. Understanding that my God shall supply all of my needs according to what? His riches in glory, or its riches in glory. According to who? Christ Jesus. The power and wisdom of the I am. That's who Christ Jesus is. The power and wisdom of the I am. Jesus means I am. And Christ and Paul reminds us that Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God, it is the power of your thought to bring forth the manifestation. God being thought, and the Lord being the law in which thought operates. I did. I don't need to answer your questions. Pay attention. And you can stop asking. I'm going to answer your questions. It's free will. If I choose to, I will. If I won't, I don't. Or if I don't, I won't. But if you were listening, you would see that I were answering your questions. But this is my live. I do not have to answer your questions. Like, I'm not being interrogated on my own live. Pay attention, and your questions will already be answered. But you're too busy answering questions instead of listening to what I'm saying. So if you were paying attention to what I was saying, a lot of your questions would already be answered. You are the world, Kens. You can't lose your soul, impossible. So do you really understand what that Bible is saying? The world already belongs to you because the cattle on the cattle on 1,000 hills belongs to God, and all that God has already is yours. Do you not read the whole script, or you just cherry pick scripts to align with your religious beliefs? See, if the Bible says the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof and all that dwell within, and then the Bible also says that all that the Father has is thine, then you cannot possibly have to gain the world. Why? Because you already possess it. So it would be impossible for you to lose something you already own, or have to try to gain and chase something that already belongs to you. Try reading Prodigals. Try reading the Prodigal Son. That'll give you more clarity to what this Bible is talking about. Yes, study the esoteric understanding. Oh, hey, Saturn returns. I'm not teaching anything. I'm sharing. I'm sharing. I'm sharing my perspective. That's all I'm doing. Just sharing my perspective on life, on what I accept that the Bible is saying, because I don't see it as a religious historical text. I see it as a psychological book. But you don't have to agree with it. And just like you're asking doesn't mean I have to answer. It's a choice. And so if I notice the question and I want to respond to it, I do. If I notice a question and I don't want to respond to it, I don't. But I'm not just sitting here looking for your questions. You're not the only one in the chat. If you wanna know who God is, go within. You'll find God every time. You'll discover the Christ, because the Christ is in you, not outside of you. If you want to know the answers to these questions, you could just really seek within self. You wouldn't have to ask me anything. You could just go within. Commune with thy own self upon thy bed and be still, says the script. And be still and know that I am God. See, when you really want to know, you don't seek after another, you seek within self. You question self. You ask those questions from within. And when you ask, it is always given. When you seek, you most definitely find. And when you knock, the door is always open. Because everyone who asks receives, and everyone who knocks, whoever seeks finds. And those who are always knocking, the door shall always be open. Do you believe that, though? So, the script tells you don't need that any man teach you. No man can teach you anyway. It also tells you, why put your trust in man whose breath is in his nostrils. There's only one teacher, and that's the God presence within you. That's the only teacher. So that's why you don't need that another teaches you, because the anointing that you have, it will make all things known to you. As what's his name? John the Baptist sent his disciples to the Christ. Are you the one that we shall be looking for? Are you the one that was spoken to come, or shall we look for another? Oh, blessed are they who are not offended in me. That's the response of the Christ. Blessed are they who are not offended in seeking outside of. You should only be seeking within yourself. That's how people get tripped up, because they're looking on the outside for what is evident within. The answer is in you, is not outside of you. It is in you. It is near you. It is in on your tongue, even in thy mouth. On your tongue and in your mouth. It is in him or it. I don't even like saying him, because I get the Bible is phallic instruction, so it's going to come from the male perspective. But don't get it twisted. The spirit is not male or female. It's not Jew or Greek. It's not bond or free. It is spirit. And it is in it that we live, move, and have our being. Who is it? Consciousness. No one needs to accept, and the only thing you need to accept is who you are. Why would you not want to be rich? Here's the thing, like you all say, you can't take it with you, so why not enjoy it while you are here? You can't take it with you, so the best thing to do is enjoy it while you are here. You all love to say, oh, you can't take it with you. You damn right you can't take it with you, so I'm gonna enjoy it while it's here, and leave some for my loved ones. Why do you make wealth a bad thing? Why do you make riches and money a bad thing when you go to work every day trying to get it, but trying to convince others you shouldn't have it? Do you even know what that script means? Because heaven is within you. And the eye of a needle was an actual place in Jerusalem that if a camel wanted to walk through, had to what? Divest itself of all of its burdens. It had to take everything off of it in order to enter in. That's all the Bible is telling you. In order to enter into your heavenly state, you have to let go of all your worldly beliefs. It's talking about your worldly beliefs, all of your limitations, all of your fears, all of your negativity, all of your doubt. That's what you have to divest yourself of. Let go of the world's mindset, because the world's mindset will cast you into hell, a field of torment. And a lot of people are tormented because why? They're being choked up by the cares of the world. See, the Bible told you can be conformed to this world, but you have to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Paul said it another way. You have to put off the form of conversation, which is corrupt. And then do what? Be renewed in the spirit of your mind. It's mind, guys. It's all mind. The Bible keeps telling you it's mind. It's your mind. Free your mind, and the rest will follow. You got to free your mind. You got to be born again, which means what? You got to repent. What is repentance? A change of mind. There we go again. There's the mind again. The mind. It's the mind. It'll always be the mind. Double tap the screen. Once we get to 10K, we open up the panel. We get to have a conversation, get to come up and join the panel. If you're on YouTube and you would like to join the conversation, we're about 2,000 likes away, I believe. Is it? No, we're about 4,000 likes away. Let's double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. We have a panel available, 8 spots. You're on YouTube and you'd like to come over and have a conversation. Prosperous Living with _T to join the conversation. And you're new here, make sure you hit that subscribe button, the like button. Hey, 313. Wood Savvy, how are you? Heaven equals head, which is the top. Earth equals heart, which is the middle. Hell equals heel, the bottom. Yes, yes. Thank you for that breakdown. Is that what the verse really says? Give it to me verbatim. I don't believe that's what verse says. I think that's something you're interpreting the verse to say. So you said, what about the verse where Jesus said we must be cleansed of body, soul, and spirit? Please give us the verse as it says and not your interpretation of the verse. Because for the life of me, I do not believe that that's what that script says. But I could be wrong. I'm not going to say that I could not be wrong. But a lot of times you talk about verses and you don't see when I'm quoting the script, I'm not interpreting it. I interpret script when you give me a script that does not align with the truth of the Bible. So then I'll interpret it. But when you give me a script of your interpretation, you're not giving me the script. You're surmising the script to align with your belief system. Okay. Hey, Bonsai. Welcome. Because the Bible says that God wants you to be rich. The Bible actually says God makes you rich. Proverbs 10 and 22. The blessings of the Lord makes you rich and adds no sorrow to you. I mean, I don't need to use any other scriptures other than that. Are you going to tell me that's not what that book, or you don't like Proverbs because it's in the Old Testament? But also, Paul reminds you, I believe it's in Philippians, where he says, for God, who richly gives you all things to enjoy. He also says in another script, for you were given all things pertaining to life and godliness. And you mean that means poverty? No, it means riches. How about 3 John and 2? Beloved, I wish above all things that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers. And how about Psalm 1? Right? Psalm 1 says, when you meditate on the law, you shall what? Prosper in all that you do. And what was put in the mouth of the Christ? Oh, I came that you may have life, and that more abundantly. That ain't poverty, baby. That's riches. That's wealth. That's success. That's flourishing. So that's how I know God, the message of the Bible is prosperity. Not like your preachers preach now. It's not the prosperity gospel of the church that tells you got to somehow bribe God and give 1/10 of your income in order to get God to do something for you. No, the true currency of heaven is your attention. The only thing you'll ever have to pay is attention. Because heaven is the mind. And your true currency is your thought, is your attention to a thing. And the more you give your attention to a thing, it replicates that thing, it produces that thing, it materializes that thing, it manifests that thing. That's why the script tells you, oh, to be ye fruitful and multiply. Multiplication, not division, not subtraction, multiplication. So it's to add to life. Not subtract. Hey, Blaisdell. Welcome. So, but here's the thing. It's a choice. The script tells you it's a choice. You get to choose this day who you're going to serve. And some of you would prefer to serve poverty. And that's okay. We're over here. We're talking about prosperity, though. Prosperous living at its finest. We want the abundant life. flourishing in all that we do, prospering in all that we do. That's a promise. And all the promises of God are yes and amen in Christ Jesus. And who's Christ Jesus again? The power of God and the wisdom of the I am. Jesus is the I am. That's why Jesus always said, I am. I am. I am the truth. I am the way. I am the door. I am the resurrection. I am the light. I am the life. I am. That's it. Only takes place in your mind. Exactly. Exactly. There we go. The mind, the mind, the mind. People want to get away from the mind, but you can't escape your own mind. You can never escape your own thoughts. You can go. That's why the Bible says, if you make your bed in heaven, I am there. If you make your bed in hell, I am there. Why? Because you can never escape your own mind. Your mind is with you wherever you go. So you're trying to escape situations and you're trying to run over here and run over there. Guess what you can't run from? Yourself. You'll always have you with you. Your thoughts go with you wherever you go. So you don't have to run to Peru. You don't have to run to Costa Rica. You don't have to run to the Appalachian Mountains. You just have to run within. Go within. I want to run to you. Ooh, ooh. And if I run to you, go within. The Bible's a manifestation book. It is. It even tells you. Paul says it again. Great is the mystery, says Paul. God manifested in the flesh. The whole book is about God manifesting in the flesh. That's what the whole book is for. All the books of books from Genesis to Revelations is all about God manifesting in the flesh. And it sums it up in John 1. In the beginning was the Word, God. And the Word was with God. And the Word was God. And then the Word what? Becomes a manifestation. It becomes flesh. And it came into the world, but the world received him not. The world tells you that's not how it happens. They don't accept that all is mine. The world operates from sight. The world operates from the carnal mind and the five senses. And then it says that all things were made by him. And there was not one thing that was not made by him. Who is him? The Word. What's the word? Thought. Your thoughts are things. Your thoughts become manifestations, becomes expressions of self. That's why it says every seed produces after its own kind. What's the seed? Your thoughts. All your thoughts, they produce after their own kind. As I said, you can't grow grapes and then think you're going to get thorns. That's going against the law. The only reason why thorns are being produced because that's what you sowed. An apple seed produces an apple tree. It'll never produce a lemon tree. Can you cross-pollinate? Okay. But if you sow a lemon seed, it's going to give you lemons. If you sow negativity, you cannot be surprised that you get negativity. If you sow seeds of doubt, you cannot be surprised that doubt always flourishes in your reality. Always questioning. Right. What is heaven? Your mind. Right. Lay up in your mind, your heavenly state, peace, love, joy, hope, expectation, compassion, the true wealth. Those are the true riches. But those things become physical manifestations. They can become outward expressions. What good is the heavenly treasures if they're not expressed in form? I mean, if you're going to have the treasure chest of peace, should not your life be at peace? If you're going to have the treasure chest of love, should you not be experiencing love? If you have the treasure chest of wealth, well-being, needs met, wants supplied, what good is it if you're not experiencing it? Exactly. Where your treasure is, there where your heart will be. And where is most people treasure? Their treasure is in doubt, limitation, fear, disbelief, unbelief. Oh, a faithless and untoward generation, a perverted generation. How long shall I be with you? Your heavenly state is the thoughts that you think. And unfortunately, a lot of your heavens are hells. Because your heavenly state is fear. All based in fear. So guess what? You're tormented daily. Heaven is definitely your mind. I don't know. You come in with the condemnation and the threats. I don't even know why you even want to be here. Because what? Or why you are even following me. Well, why are you following me if you don't like what I'm saying? Like what? Who does that? All right. We've reached 10K the easy way, so we can open up the panel and we can bring folks up if you're still interested. I don't know. So we'll bring you up. See how this goes. You're ready to have a conversation. I don't debate though. If you're coming up to debate, I will drop you. We're not here. I'm not here to debate your beliefs. You get to have your beliefs. We're here to talk about expansion. We're here to talk about prosperity. We're here to talk about what the Bible is saying esoterically. If you're coming up to preach your gospel, you will have to go do it somewhere else. I'm not here to listen. I used to be a Christian, so I don't need to hear the gospel. If you're here to preach your gospel, you're on the wrong channel, the wrong platform. And remember when you come up to make sure you hit your mute button and I'll greet you and then we'll have a conversation. So good morning. Was that Bed-Stuy Swagger? You can unmute.
Yeah, that's me. How you doing?
We can barely hear you.
Yeah, that's me. Good morning. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm all right.
Good.
So I was on here. You talk about the mind. Sunday I preached about the mind. Yeah, the Bible talks about the mind. You know, Jesus said the main thing was, if you keep your mind on me, I keep your mind in perfect peace. Why did he say that? Oh, come on. Give me a minute, guys. That was a lot.
Sound like he wants to preach the gospel though, so I'm going to give him like 30 more seconds, but I don't want to hear your interpretation of the script from a religious perspective because we're not doing that. We already know that. Many of us used to be Christians and we decided to depart and leave that for the Christians. We'll let you handle your beliefs and we're going to handle ours. And maybe the two will never meet, and that's okay. Hey, good morning, Mia. Yeah, we're not up for, the preaching message. Been there, done that. No, thank you. We know why Christians believe Jesus said what he said. But it seems like, are you ready, Best Eye?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah.
Okay. Just make
So
sure you
so
make
that's
sure
all.
you're not giving us a preaching. We
I'm
don't
not.
want we
No,
don't
I'm
need a
not. I'm not.
sermon. You said you're going to preach about it on Sunday. Leave
I'm
it
not
for
preaching
your
about it.
congregants. We don't want to hear the
Yeah,
sermon.
I preached about it already, but I'm not preaching to you. You
Okay.
talk about the mind, right? I want you to know that he said, "Keep your mind in keep your mind on me. I keep it in perfect peace." Why did he say that? Because Satan loves to mess with your mind. If he gets your mind, he got
Who was
everything.
Satan?
What?
Who was Satan?
The adversary, the trickster, the one that comes to rob, unalive, and steal. The one comes to steal, unalive. I can't
How,
say the word.
how do I know? How do I know it's a so is
You
Satan
might drop
outside?
me
Is
after
Satan is
this, but
Satan
it's
outside
okay.
of your own mind?
You might drop me after this, but it's okay.
Is Satan? Oh, wait,
Um,
wait, wait. I'm asking a question. Is Satan
yeah,
outside of your own mind?
he's the spirit.
Is he outside? Is Satan outside of your own mind?
Yes, he is on the outside.
Really? So how are you
Yes.
able to know what he's saying? How does Satan communicate with you?
Like he's doing with you right now.
But
You
how
know the
does he
word of
do it?
God, but he's
How
using you to
does
go
how
against
does
God.
How does Satan communicate with you?
Like he's doing right now.
So
You know
you
the
don't
word
so
of
you don't
God, but
know how, so you don't know how Satan
let me say
communicates
this,
with
please. Let
you.
me say this. You might drop me, and I don't care. The same way he using you. You know the word of God, but he using you to go against God with the word. Have a nice one. The same
Okay.
thing he's doing to you.
Okay. Have a nice one. Bye bye. You said you said you're leaving, so I'm not gonna keep you against your will. You can go. Drop yourself.
But just understand, he's doing it to you right now. You know the word of God, but he's using you to go against God
You
with his
you
own
still
word.
you still didn't answer that. You still didn't answer the question. Oh,
How about you just
clearly
say,
you don't
how
know
about
the
you, how about you
answer.
in heaven?
So clearly you don't know the answer. This is why you're trying to bypass the question because you don't know it. But that's fine. It's cool. But the only way Satan can communicate with you would be through your mind, which means Satan is your mind as well. Boom, there it is. It ain't no deep revelation. All right, Gospel Rock, welcome. How are you?
Yeah, I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Listen, I'm laughing because I'm not religious, sister. I want to just tell it right up front. Yes, gospel. Yes, it's a good news. Rock is Christ, but I'm not here to talk about it in that sense. I support everything you said because uh, when I came late into, let's say, the Christian world, and I found out that a lot of them don't even understand really the renewal of the mind and that transformation, and they accuse the devil for what he does not do at all. Evil is in man's heart. It's your thoughts pattern, and if you don't change, like you said, what you sow, you reap. It's as simple as that. If you sow love, you reap love. If you sow hate, guess what? I don't want to be anybody near negative. Anybody, I don't want that. I mean,
Yes.
sister, I'm following you. I want to hear from you a little bit more.
Thank you.
Religion has divided people,
Mm-hmm.
killed people, families are divided because of doctrines and all of that. No, it's incredible. You know, I used to have this test that I used to give to people. What is the opposite of love?
Fear.
I mean, somebody, yeah, and most people, and it's not even a challenge. I'm just going to answer quickly. And I said to people, if you love somebody, what do? How do you show love? I can't cut you open, slice you open to see love, but I see what you do that shows me you have love.
Yeah.
So if I love my wife, I give her flowers, I compliment her. It's all about her. I take her out, I look after her, I protect her. But if I don't, what's the opposite? I'm selfish. It's me, myself, and I. I want her to love me. Oh, look at these people. They don't like me. They hate me. They're judging me. It's always me, the center. So I thought love is selflessness. And the opposite is selfishness. It's me, myself, and I. And that's a mindset people have. And that brother, I mean, God bless him. You accuse the devil. The word is clear. Evil is from our own heart. So when somebody asked me, my sister, I'm going to shut up in a minute. Somebody said to me, why God don't eradicate all the evil in the world? I said, it's going to start with you. And that was it. That was the end of discussion. So sorry, I don't want to say. I want to listen from everybody else. I want to learn as well. Thank you so much for having me, sister.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for joining. So I am going to say something that you may find a little taken aback when you said about
I'm
that love is selfish, and if you're selfless, it's not love. I'm going to say love is a very selfish act. It is all about me, myself, and I. The reason why you're able to love your wife, because you love you first. As
oh
the
yeah.
script, right? As the script says, we love him. Why? He loves us. Or how does the script go?
No, 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 no,
He
no. The
loves
second
us
commandment.
because we
Love
first
him,
loved
not
him,
us.
right? Because he first loved us. We love him because he
Yeah,
first loved us, right?
I agree.
You have to first, right? In order to love your neighbor, you have to first love you, right? Love God with all
Yourself
thy heart, thy mind, thy soul, and then love your neighbor. What? As what?
as yourself. So how much
It
you
has
love
to be. It
yourself?
has to be love of self, because you can't give me something you don't have.
Boom, boom, boom. I got you. Like I said, it was not a doctrine, but I totally makes sense. I'm agreeing with you. No worries.
Yep, yep. Your wife is just mirroring your love for yourself,
And what has
right? And,
happened?
and the only reason why you know you love yourself because you can love others.
Yeah, what has happened to me, my sister, is this. I've been married for 25 years, 2 months. Okay, and I can see that even when somebody compliment my wife, I feel I'm part of it because we reflect one another.
Yeah.
And I believe if people can just begin to change the way they think, my sister, many things will happen amazingly. But the type of love that I wanted to, because I know you don't want those preaching and all that. What happened is there's something called agape love, which is kind of the type that says love your enemies. That's a challenging one because I want to just chop your head off. Naturally, what do you mean?
Well, see, that's where the deeper understanding of the enemy is not the outer. The enemy is the inner me. There is no outer me. There are no enemies. You create.
Say that again. Say that again.
The true enemy is the inner me.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, you're the one creating the enemy because you're the one thinking they're against you. So if you saw that the world was always for you, if God be for us, who can be against us? There's nothing against God. Nothing opposes the good. But if you create the reality that something opposes the good, it does. But that's the illusion.
You need to copyright that quote. The enemy in what do you say?
The enemy is the inner me. I ain't the one that came up with it. I saw it on Facebook and I just took it. I ain't even gonna take claim. I'm gonna be truly transparent. I didn't make that saying up. I saw it on Facebook and I was like, ooh, I'm snatching that one. I'm snatching that one.
That's humility. Excellent. Let somebody else speak. I'm here.
Okay, thank you for joining. Appreciate you. Hello, Miss Kitty. How are you? You can unmute. Grand Rising. Good morning.
Good morning. Look, my mind. We talk about my mind.
Yes. Yes.
Run inside yourself. I love that. You're on fire today. I just don't understand the opposition. Why we want to oppose expansion and elevation.
Doctrination. Indoctrination. It's the programming. People are running on their program.
Colonialization.
Yes, I mean, I appreciate my own mind so much for being open. And I just love, again, the way you interpret the word, where you expand upon the meaning, the dropping of the burdens for the camel going through the needle. How you gonna get through the needle with all that stuff on your back? All worried and frustrated and mad.
You can't go into heaven all bogged down with depression and anxiety and limitation and fear and doubt and dogma and You're going to have to let that be loose and set free.
Come on. Oh my God.
Free your mind.
And your thoughts will follow.
Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last.
I love it. That's all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, so we have love and light. Welcome. You can unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Um, I've been in a couple of other chats, and I don't know. I guess I have a different perspective of it as far as like God and Satan and all this stuff. For me, I don't like to use any of these terms. I like to dissociate myself entirely from any context that is associated with any Abrahamic God, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's really detrimental. It's done nothing but bring us a lot of harm, women in particular, obviously Black people in particular, just very harmful to most of the world. So for me, I don't know, when I hear people still like basically upcycling the things from the Bible, even in deconstructed contexts, I don't know, I just feel like it's still quite harmful for us to still think that there is a God, and then also to ascribe like a male gender to him and everything else. It's just kind of like, I wish we could fast forward to the day where religion was a thing of the past entirely.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's just something again, that's a learned program that has to be loose. But I understand when I say God, I'm not talking about an anthropomorphic being in the sky, a sky daddy. I know when I say God, I'm talking about generator, operating, demonstrator of this truth. I'm talking about the guiding principle within me. I know I'm talking about my own mind. I know when I say God, I'm talking about the awareness, the consciousness that I am the manifestation of the divine. And so I like the Bible because I understand it is a psychology book, and it is the probably the greatest books ever told on manifestation. Yes, it was used by colonizers, by imperialists to bind people, but that's what the book tells you, that the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. And so those who have the awakened mind will always understand the Bible. Those who are asleep will always misconstrue it and misapply it and misuse it. Is it necessary to manifestation? Of course not. But all of the sacred texts, be it the Abrahamic faiths or it's the Eastern philosophies or the Kemetic principles, they're all saying the same thing. They're all about the mind.
And to that, I agree. Yeah. And I understand that, like, I've heard the argument for like Psalms and Proverbs, and that's mainly what people are referring to when they say the Bible is like a handbook. And then, some people also like to include Ecclesiastes in there. But I don't, what I don't understand, I guess what I'm having a difficult time wrapping my mind around is how you get through books like Numbers and still think that there are parts of the Bible that are worth salvaging, like picking out and then using for yourself and then disregarding the other parts. It's either a complete book, like that's not how we read books. And I understand that the Bible is a collection of books, yeah? It's not one book, it's a collection. So you can, and you do, in fact, disregard some of those books and then take others, but how is
I'm
that
not
then
disregarding any of the books. All of the books from Genesis to Revelations is all about the mind. When you start getting into Numbers and you get into Deuteronomy and you get into Kings and Samuel and all of the prophets, it's all about states of consciousness. None of those people existed in time or space. They're all about the states of mind. The 12 tribes of Israel are the 12 undisciplined states of mind. The 12 disciples of Jesus are the 12 disciplined faculties of the mind. I'm never going to exclude any part of it because all of it is mine. See, when you operate in religion, now you got to cherry pick and say, well, the Old Testament is not necessary for today. I'm only going to use the New Testament. And if I'm going to go back to the Old Testament, I am only going to look at Psalms. I am only going to talk about the prophets. I'm going to overlook the fact when the Bible is talking about grape and enslavement. And I'm going to think that it's talking about people that exist in time and space. But I know it's talking about the enslavement of the mind. I know it's talking about the lower nature of the mind. It's talking about the duality nature of man, of mind. It's always going to be about the mind, and it's never not going to be about the mind. It's symbolism, it's allegory, it's parables, it's metaphors about the mind.
and that's I've never heard that interpretation, but I mean,
Of course not.
that doesn't necessarily apply to today's reality, though, does it?
Yes.
It's not necessarily how people are functioning. They're writing laws based off of the literal texts in the Bible, according to God's word, quote unquote word.
Well, to the
So
sleeping
that's
man, yeah, to the sleeping man is literal. To the awakened mind, they know it's not. They know it's spiritual.
holy.
Okay, to the sleeping man, which is the religious minded, yes, they're going to see it as a historical text, and they're going to use it to manipulate and control people. That's what it does when you take the letter of the law and regard the spirit part of it. But the Bible was
But see, so
never a letter of the law. The law is mind, not physical. It's spiritual.
but where did you how did you come about that from reading the Bible? It doesn't say any of that in the Bible.
It does. Okay, so Christ says, I only speak to you in parables. There's a scripture in Proverbs where it says all allegory. You also have Paul telling you that the story of Abraham and Isaac is allegory. Well, if Abraham is allegory, in every story proceeding after Abraham, that means everything else has to be allegory. But if Abraham is allegory, that means anything preceding him and proceeding him has to be allegory.
But that's just the thing. If Paul, okay, you're saying it's allegory and it's explained that way, but then on the other hand, you have, Jesus himself preaching, or let's say, okay, let's not even talk about like what was said, yeah. Let's talk about the physical, yeah. So you have Paul sitting there writing a letter to the Corinthians. That's a physical, historical piece of artifact. It's a physical thing. So is that an allegory that the man was in prison writing a letter, or is that that seems like it's very literal. That seems like they're
But it's
really
not.
literal instruction. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not to me. I don't believe in any of this.
Right.
I feel like it's all just a bunch of ancient people eating mushrooms and tripping balls in the desert. So and then they come to write this Bible. It's like,
Right.
God told they were hallucinating real bad back then, and there was no psychiatric services to assist them. But for me, I don't like that they people take this doctrine quite literally, and even if you apply it to like a lot of the rebuttal to what I say is, oh well, there was a church in Ethiopia, the Bible in Ethiopia, oldest Bible. Okay, that's perfectly fine, but you have the King James colonized version in your drawer right now. You're not practicing Ethiopian Christianity. You don't have the Ethiopian prayer robes. You're not doing that. You're doing the colonized version, and you're harming people based off of the colonized version. So that's my problem. Even Satan, like this whole character of Satan, where in the Bible does Satan actually stand up and take ownership of anything that's going on? It's pretty much just people saying Satan did this and Satan did that. We either need to hear from Satan or his lawyer at this point, because he's being defamed left, right, and center, and no one. Keep saying it's also, and if you even apply the concept of that today, if you see a Satanist today, if you see someone that actively stands up and says, I am a Satanist, or I practice satanic ritual, or the Church of Satan, for example, they're out there feeding children, they're out there feeding the community, they're out there opening playgrounds and doing all the things that you claim that is that you do as a Christian, but you don't. That lady that did that experiment, that lady that did that social experiment where she called them churches to see if they'd feed her baby, the Church of Satan said, absolutely, come on down, we'll not just feed your baby, we'll feed you, we'll house you, we'll do all the things. So that got me questioning, that got me curious. So I went and looked up the Satanic Bible, which they have, and they have these things called the 9 pillars of the Satanic Bible, and it's literally just do harm unto nobody, do harm not unto yourself. Like, it's crazy how morally upright the Satanic Bible is. So if I were to believe in anything, it'd be Satan.
Right.
Because he didn't seem like he did anything. The only 10 people that Satan harmed in the Bible, God brought them to his foot to harm. So I don't know that, I just...
Yeah, because Christianity is the Antichrist. It's in the name. Christianity is the Antichrist. They have the form of godliness, the form of knowing, and deny the power thereof. They are the poster child for the Antichrist.
That is a bit of a stretch, because Christ himself didn't harm anybody. If let's say the character are real, or whether it's metaphorical or everything, I believe the Bible or the books were written for the Jewish people. They're not even written for us, number one.
Exactly.
So everything everything that's being taught in
We
the Old
are
Testament.
we are Israel, those who knows their God. That's what Israel means. It is El represents God. To Israel to you.
When I hear,
When
when
you
I listen
Israel
to what Christ,
is those who know who they. That's why Paul said it's not after the flesh.
Israel,
It's after the spirit. Like we had see, anytime you try to make this Bible be a physical
Absolutely.
redemption, a literal historical
And that's what
text,
people keep
that's
doing.
where you lose the you lose the plot. That's the word I'm looking for. You lose the plot.
But I'm trying to say, yeah, absolutely. But then obviously, I didn't want to go into too deep into it. But the issue is that I don't want us to half quote the verses either. You know, when he mentions that.
But we are the
Abraham,
verses.
yeah,
We'll go.
it's psychology. But it says if you are, if you are in Christ, you are of the seed of Abraham. But the seed of Abraham is not physical; it's Christ. So Christ can't really be the anti, because for me as a person, let's say as a character, I see him talking about love, preaching love. That's kind of, I believe a lot of Christians have missed. He talks about changing your mind. That's the first word, repent. The first thing he said in what we call New Testament, repent. Repent,
Gospel,
change
can
your
I ask you
mind.
something?
Paul came, repent.
Hold on, can I chime in right here real quick, please?
Can I ask you something, Gospel Rock? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you've been watching for long, brother.
You said God does not have, God didn't harm anyone in the Bible, but the fact of the matter is he harmed his son. He brutally murdered his own child. So that's...
Say that God didn't have, sorry, say that again.
You said that God
say
did
that
not...
again, say that again.
You said that God did not kill anyone in the Bible, yeah? You just said
I didn't
God
say
did not...
that.
Oh, I thought you said God didn't kill anyone in the Bible, but he did. He killed a lot of people, including
God
his
is
own
the author
son.
of everything. God is the author of everything. In fact, like you just said something right. Anything Satan so-called the character did, God allowed it. It was never anything to do is God doing the destroying, the killing. But that's what I'm saying. It was always where? It was not in America. It was within the Israelites. He the one he destroyed them all as well. He's the one who did everything within that community. That's kind of what I see. So you're not going to follow the Old Testament. It has nothing to do. It passed already. Christ said he came to fulfill all of that already. And it all disappeared when the temple was destroyed. So there's no more Levites sacrificing animals. None of that has happened again until today.
Okay, hold that thought, because again, I don't see it from a literal perspective, but we're going to bring 313. Hey, you over from YouTube. Welcome. What's up?
Hey. Thank you, my baby. Y'all been waiting to get on this mother for so long. Ever since I started watching, listen, this is what I won't say my problem. Just this is my point of perspective, right? A lot of times when people start talking about these things, they're already coming in with the same presupposition that this stuff was literal. So every time you start saying, oh, well, but what about when he said this and he said, they still jumping way past the part where you started by introducing that this is the way that you should be properly conceptualizing it, brother. It's all about your mind. All of these stories were symbols of things that happen in your mind. Like she said, the 12 disciples represent the 12 cranial nerves, the discipline. It's about you. It's about your mind. All of these stories, none of these characters was literal people. It wasn't about, see, the validity of what's to be learned here is not based on whether or not the people were actual living people. It's about, did you catch on to what was happening in the story? Now, here's the thing I want to take a step back to, because you kind of jumped the fence when she said Christianity is Antichrist. It's right there in the name. And then you said, well, no, how can Jesus be Antichrist? She didn't say Jesus was Antichrist. She said Christianity was Antichrist. If you look in the Bible, Jesus didn't tell people, you never heard Jesus say the word Christianity ever. Christianity was a creation, right? And I'm going to just kind of sum it up real quick. Christianity was what happened when they took, let's say let's say hypothetically, because I'm still in the era with this particular point, as far as Yeshua being a living person that actually existed. Like, okay, if he did, right, if this was a living person, then I'm willing to believe that he was a person who came with the right knowledge, because we got to remember, he said, all the works I do, you can do them too and more. So he ain't come here to be worshiped. The worship thing happened after he died, and that was the new rendition of it that everybody still to this day following, all this blood sacrificial, bow down, and you gotta go. Like, no, brother, that's the mind game they got you with. And everybody said that's why everybody still got by that, is because everybody's still subscribing to these ideals that were introduced called follow Jesus and follow it, but it's not telling you more clearly what was Jesus teaching. Like they don't get too deep into the teachings and make it where it's easy to understand. Instead, we still on this surface level and then trapped in dealing with the mystical mythology, like the interpretation. We could talk about interpretations till we blue in the face. That's all that's gonna do is deviate away from where we actually trying to go here. You know what I'm saying? How you interpret it is your own mind. How you interpret it is how you choose to interpret it. You got to go with what works for you. You can't. This is what people do. Their pastor has an interpretation. Oh, God said to be prosperous, do this and do that. And y'all sitting in them pews giving him money, and he drive a Benz and he got a nice house. But you look at his Benz and his nice house and therefore assume, well, he's saying God said this. So that's the interpretation you assume, and that's not necessarily true for you to assume. Or you didn't read it and actually give it enough, you know what I'm saying, mental wherewithal to find the real meaning instead of just accepting what somebody else telling you. That's where we lost at. We be so lost to just listen to this would be blowing me, right? A person will always say something like, well, God told me to tell you. And I'm like, that's funny. God find time out the day to come tell you to tell me, but God ain't said nothing about the Epstein or none of that crazy stuff that we know going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Where are we going to drop the kuna? Where are we going to drop this? It's pretend, bro. Like, it's like we trying to keep up with this. Yeah, like we got to stay with it for the sake of staying with it, because other people staying with it, even though in your mind, in your heart of hearts, in your own critical thinking space, a lot of this stuff don't track. It don't make no sense. You can't even source this stuff. You just going, well, like I hate people say, oh, there were 5,000 witnesses that saw. Nigga, that was in the same book. That's the same book that told you that. So your focus in the wrong place. Where's the critical thinking? Where's the part of your mind that says, okay, what's being said here outside of the words? Like the words is being used to give you a description so that your mind can grasp what's happening. But people so dull-headed in their brain that they so surface level, they can't get to the place where it's like, yo, this is talking about you. When you're the person reading it, when you're the person interpreting this, whenever your mind thinks thoughts, it produces for lack of a better word, it was what controls the vibration. So what you feel, right? So people will think certain thoughts, and those thoughts will produce negative feelings. And they're in their mind, they can't correlate the feeling had arisen from what you was thinking, and it'll argue you down, even though that thing that you spitting out your mouth that you know ain't you is making you feel bad saying it, right? You can't feel good coming on here telling somebody, oh, the devil working through you. Like, nigga, how dumb do you sound? Why he ain't working through you for saying that to me? I'm telling you I'm God. You telling me the devil working through you. So if I had to guess, right, if I'm choosing to represent God, right, and you talking about, oh, the devil working, nigga, who you working through? Who working through you for you to say that to me? Who working through you for you? You see what I'm saying? What spirit are you in? If we talk about spirit, since we keep on, it's so easy to rationalize the devil and demons and spirit as something that's external. But where do you experience any of this at, my boy? In your mind. So cut the bull, man. Y'all keep pointing outward. Well, this verse said that. You missed the point. Missed the distinction, man. It's not the guiding. Like, people think it's the ironclad truth, despite all the obvious contradictions and fallacies that's been pointed out over and over and over again. People just keep going, oh, well, we'll just ignore that, and we'll just keep going to the part where I know these verses, so I'll stand on this, because my mind, I know these verses. So I can keep recycling and reiterating my same interpretation and, you know, damn near be a preacher, because that's all it really is someone else's interpretation. Mm-hmm. Know thyself. You got to show thyself approved. You got to do the work. All people doing is keep going out here and then relying on what the next person saying and then willing to argue you down about what another person said and can't prove it or can't even show it to be, other than keep saying, well, it says right here. Well, it says right here. My dog, wake up. What did you have before you was able to go, well, it says right here, right? Imagine if you was never given that. Then what? There's some tribes that's still on this planet, right? There's tribes on this planet. They don't know nothing about no Bible. You mean to tell me the devil got them and they done? They cooked out here? They're not prospering. They're not living a life. They're not civilized. They don't have order and structure. They don't have what they might perceive or interpret as prosperity. What's wrong with being prosperous? Why did prosperity become such a, oh, that's carnal, that's carnal. Kings, all these people, they was never without. Like, come on, man, when did we've been tricked into accepting this poor mentality as a way of, as like some sort of quote unquote spiritual badge of honor. Like, oh, I'm super Christian-y because I'm poor and you too concerned with being rich. That's the devil. Nigga, you a fool. You a fool. Come on, man. Nigga so quick to keep referencing the verse and it doesn't mean nothing to you in your heart. You just you absorbed it as, you know, what's 8 times 8? 64. You probably know that because you synced it 1,000 times. Did your mind actually count the 8 by 8? No, you just went to random access memory. You like AI. Niggas AI out here. Niggas not living the real experience and observing and calculating and, you know, wondering. What happened to your sense of wonder? What happened to questioning things? Niggas too scared. Well, they said in the Bible that you ain't supposed to question God. Okay, so how you supposed to find out?
Right.
Who you supposed to question? You can't
question everything.
Everything.
You need to question yourself, right? Why do you believe what you believe? Why do you want the things you want? Why are you accepting what you're accepting? Why are you trying to get what you want to get? Like, why? Why? Because society says this deems you worthy? This is status? Or is it because you truly want to experience it? Like, what is the true test of what it is that you're desiring?
Yo, my baby, even when you say that, right? Because society, yo, who the fuck is society?
That part.
Society?
Right.
the group of people that you agree are relevant in regards to what? How they see you to be fit? Or like what are we talking about? Why are we so afraid to be who we are and live from our heart and from our mind instead of no matter what? Niggas only claim to any level of validity is how well you able to identify with this group or with that particular. Like, come on, man. You are God. It literally says, I am. Nigga, who is I am? I promise you, it ain't no group of groups that can say I am. You know why? Because y'all a group. It's we. It's us. It's
yeah.
God never said we is this group over here. He tricked you with going, he tricked you. I'm saying. We've allowed ourselves to some degree to be tricked with these simple-minded sayings such as God's people. All of us are people. Now, it's easy to distinguish the difference between our nationalities, color, race, dialect, tongue. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the mind. Nigga, a Chinese man got a mind just like a German man got a mind, just like an Arab man got a mind, just like, you feel me? So we talking about the mind, because when you're dealing on that frequency, that's how we all are one, because we not separated by these barriers and you over there, we over here, I read that. Niggas still to this day twist their fingers and be ready to kill a nigga who live 3-4 blocks outside of where you stay over a color, over a name, over a street, over all this. Like, yo, we still there? Why we can't see that this is no different? Why we can't see the play keep getting reran over and over, the divide and conquer? Niggas standing in front of you, the matrix, red pill or blue pill. You niggas too busy trying to choose which pill. You're not looking at the person who got the pills. Why I need a pill from you, blood? You know what I'm saying? We don't even question the person. We just looking at the two hands holding the pill. And niggas want to argue, oh, it's red, because red mean this and it's blue. No, nigga, it's both. Which really is neither. Because if you know it's both, you don't need to pick neither. You God and the devil. Stop Stop looking for the devil to always be your cop out to why shit ain't going right instead of taking accountability that you're not doing something right. Or the devil is always why something went wrong. No, nigga, you did that. You did that. Or you knew what you was supposed to do and you was lazy. You ain't do that. You know that the spirit of procrastinating, that's a demon for your ass right there. You looking for some nigga to jump out the bushes looking like a hot Cheeto man or something. Like, man, come on, man. Come on, man. How long we gonna start doing this? We need you niggas to wake up so we can get this frequency cracking, bro. That's why, see, it's starting to break down because more of us are starting to wake up. But it's still stagnated because our enemy, if you want to call it, right? Because that's still external referencing, and I'm still trying to keep it in the frame of the mind. Yeah, because the enemy is in yourself. I'm saying this idea of the enemy and any idea following that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you believe that the devil is outside of you and that the devil is a thing outside of you, then everything that a person implies that the devil could do, you'll believe it. You know why? Because you already accepted the presupposition that the devil is something outside of you.
Yep.
You lost. You already lost. They got you at the gate. Yep. They got you at the gate. You came in a theme park, and now you trying to argue about about which ride is this and which nigga, they got you at the gate. You already got it.
They got you at the gate.
So until you allow yourself to step your ass up out the theme park, you gonna forever be taken for a ride. I'm in a flow state right now. I ain't write this down. It's just I know too much of what it is. I feel too much. I don't mess with niggas because niggas too AI. Niggas is bots. And then the technology is just keep updating to where all you seeing is niggas, all these bots is doing a better job of pretending to not be bots. Hello? AI robots, what they doing? Pretending to be doing, they advancing it more and more. They're going to advance it so much that it's going to be hard for you to tell it's a robot. It's still a robot, though. It's always going to be a robot.
Because here's the thing. This is how you solve that riddle, that conundrum, is to stop seeing it separate from you. You are the robot because it's all you. You created the very thing that you're trying to say is other. There is no other. There's only God. It's all mind. We have said it's all mind. The AI is just a robotic encyclopedia.
That's it.
That's all it is. And you are the encyclopedia because you are the facts. You have the wisdom of the ages. You have everything you need for this reality. In the moment you keep thinking it's something that you're missing something, you're going to start chasing things. So you have
from you. That means it's the easiest. Everything they externalize everything. That's the best way to simplify it all. Is they taught you to externalize everything. And now you run around. Look, that's like right. You need your keys, right? And you flip your house, turn that bitch upside down, but your keys in your back pocket the whole time. So you flip the couch, you done went through every dresser drawer, you done pulled everything out. Now your house a mess and you still ain't found the keys. You done turned your house upside down so bad, right? Trying to find these keys that now you done convince yourself, maybe I gotta go in my yard. Then you go digging up your yard and digging in your trash can. Oh, my keys must have went around. You will go through all that if you never knew the keys was in your pocket. You will always. So that means what you not knowing them keys in your pocket, you're going to forever be searching. You're going to forever be searching and keep searching and keep searching. You're going to take in. One of your neighbors going to say, oh, well, I think I seen the kid pick up some keys, walk down the street. Now that opened up another rabbit hole for you called, oh, now I got to go down the street. And all the whole time, you took that, see, you accepted the external information and what it did led you further externally.
Yeah.
You can turn it all around. It's all self. You want to see the devil? You want to see God show up? Sit in the stillness. You not your thoughts. You are the observer of your thoughts. Observe your thoughts. Learn how to distinguish the difference between yourself, who's having the thoughts, and the thoughts. Allow the thoughts to come and go like a truck with a billboard on the side just passing by. Bring yourself back to, okay, I'm the self. I'm not the thought. We get so wrapped up in our thoughts. You will allow a thought to take, just like I just told you, the neighbor said they thought they seen the kid with the keys, and you will allow some thoughts because it's all external. It's easy to point it out. Which is these thoughts bringing me peace? Do I feel peace when I think these thoughts, or do I feel anxiety, shame, guilt? You know what I'm saying? Just we know.
I'm going to disagree with thought being separate from you, because here again we're saying separation. Here, either God is everything or God ain't everything. To tell me that thought is somehow not now God, now you're, to me, that's bringing division once again. Now you're trying to say, I'm here, my thought is over there. A thought is a cloud that's happening in the sky. Somehow the thought is separate from me.
No, I'm sorry.
The thought is never separate from you, because thought is God. Thought is the creator in this world, in this universe, on this third dimensional plane. Thought is the creator. In the beginning was word, thought. And that word was with God, and that thought was God. And then that word becomes what? An expression, an experience. It's still God. It's just God made visible.
No doubt. So I got a quick question for you, right? Because I don't disagree with what you just said. I just think that for whatever I said, I might have gave you a miss. I'm gonna ask you this: is the thinker and the thought, where do thoughts take place at? In the mind.
Okay.
Where does observation take place at? From the mind. Okay. Who is observing the thoughts? It's the mind. So what the thoughts is mind and in the mind. I'm not trying to say your thoughts is over there or your thoughts is separate from you. I'm saying be clear on distinguishing the thoughts and the self that's observing the thoughts.
There is no, I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say there's no distinguishment there. You're still trying to separate I am. There is no separation. I am my Father, I one, but yes, my Father is greater. The thing, the creator that produces the creation is always greater than its creation, but it's one with the creation. It's one with the creation, but that doesn't make it separate from the creation. It just means it's on a lower, it's not lesser in expression, but not lesser in continuity or essence. It's just that your thought, when it becomes visible, is on a different, it's just something that's seen. It's the finite expression of the infinite. So that means that which is seen is the temporal, that which is unseen is the infinite. But the two are one, they're never separate. And to say that I'm separate from what I'm thinking, then how do you experience what you're thinking if you're separate from it? Then who's experiencing it then? Is God not experiencing its creation? Is not God?
Thought is experiencing itself?
Yes. God is experiencing itself in form. That's exactly what's happening.
So what is the thought derive? And I'm not arguing. It just makes me have more questions. So then, where does the thought derive from in order to arrive at the place where it is being observed?
Thought is everywhere, everything, everywhere, all at once. There is no origin. It just is. There is no beginning and there is no end, right? There is no beginning and no end, right?
Access any website as long as you know what to type in the URL. The website is always there. It's infinite.
So we have to know that thought being God has no beginning and no end. There is no starting place. So to say that thought begins somewhere, that's the illusion. It always is. It's forever. It's infinite. It's eternal. You said, where does thought originate? That's saying that it has a starting point, and I'm telling you it doesn't.
No. The word that I use is where does thought arrive from, or where does thought?
Well, arrive, originate. To me, those words are synonyms, but okay. You said arrive. I would say originate. Arrive. I would say originate. Starting point.
Derive.
Where does it come from? Okay, where does it come from?
Yeah.
Originate. Same thing. Where does it come from?
Arriving means coming from that place and arriving at this place. Where derive means a thought can derive from your mind, but that's not any particular place. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. The derivative is beginning point. That's not what you're saying. Now you're not saying the beginning point. It's derivative. That's not what you're saying.
See, that's why I said, okay, it's like internet. Internet is not at no particular location, but it's just in the atmosphere. Whereas you access parts of the internet via one, you having a device, and two, you having an access point, aka a website or a URL to type in to arrive at any particular website that you're trying to arrive to, such as thought. When you want to, like we talking, the topic of your conversation that I like the most is about prosperity. It's about being in the right state of mind. It's about understanding that prosperity is not out there for you to go get. It's a thought place that you have to arrive to. Where it's like, matter of fact, it's not even a thought place. Like, you are prosperity.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think where we're having the different points of view is that I say thought is God, and what are you saying thought is? I'm saying thought is God.
I didn't never refute thought being God, my baby. Because
no, I'm asking you right? If we're saying thought is God, so what are you saying thought is? So then we can have understanding, because it sounds like you're not saying
thought is an emanation from the original spark of light that we would call God in this way. A thought is a phenomenon that took place as a derivative from mind. See, mind thinks. Thinking is to process or access thoughts. So the mind itself is not thoughts, but the mind is not separate from the thoughts arriving or deriving or calculating, or like you can just randomly think about something that happened and think about a problem that you was having. Like, it's not that it didn't exist, it's that your mind wasn't on that.
But see, you said a key word. You said it's not separate, but you're trying to talk though as it is separate. Because you just said it's not separate. So what's the conversation then? If it's not separate, then that means it's one with. So why are we trying to distinguish between the two? If it's one and the same, if it's not separate, why are we now trying to make it be a distinguishing between the two? Okay, because it's one and the same. It's no hand.
You have a hand, right? And you have an arm. How you know? They look different. They have different functions. They're totally attached. In fact, the hand is part of the arm. So I'm not saying one is separate in the way that you keep making it two separate things. I'm moreover trying to give emphasis to two separate points of the one thing. It's not that it's something that like you said, okay, prosperity. Let me keep it in terms of the conversation. Prosperity, right? And then I'm gonna keep it in how I understand it to be. This is why I rock with you, because I feel like we on that. We on that. You know what I'm saying? Type of energy. Like, okay, prosperity is not something that I have to achieve. It's about me recognizing and bringing myself to the awareness that I am prosperity. Like, I was born prosperous. Like, I understand the illusion called in this human flesh body: bills, job, money, work, hard, stress, pain, suffer, re-up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get that. But I'm saying the energy of it is energy nonetheless. That's why it's called currency. Money called currency. It's energy. It's all symbolic. Okay. So I understand that in order for me to increase what my physical interpretation of prosperity is, because prosperity can be a lot of things. It's not just money, but we're just for the conversation, keep it in terms of material success, right? Okay, I understand that my whole material world is a byproduct of the spiritual world, underworld, unseen world, mental realm. I'm attributing all those metaphysical to the same. What's unseen, but we know for sure is there, because without it, we wouldn't have all this shit that we can't see. Okay, so money, prosperity is the energy, is accessing that energy from that realm. Okay, so when you access an energy, there is no separation. It's just like there's no separate radio stations that are inside of the radio. It's just a matter of you turning your dial to the station. It's the frequency already there. So that's what I'm saying. Like, mind and thought, that's of the same phenomena, but mind is what interprets thought or observes thought. The phenomena of observation is not equated as thought itself, because it takes one to observe to think or to compose thoughts, or it takes one to think in order to decide what to observe upon. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying they're separate. I'm saying they're different functions of one thing. Like, your hand is not your arm, but your hand is part of your arm. And then your hand, you got a hand and an arm and a shoulder. But if a nigga run past and smack you on your arm with a stick, you're going to say, hey, nigga, you hit me. See, you don't have to identify you can. I'm just saying, you hit me. I'm going to sum it up for you. You hit me. Not, hey, you hit me on the fibula, you hit me. That's all a part of the same thing. You hit me. You feel what I'm saying? So thought, mind is from receiving the thought to creating the thought to projecting the thought, or any other functions that you want to throw in there. I'm trying not to exclude anything, just understanding the mind is limitless. You know what I'm saying? We've been taught that chaos is anarchy, but it's not. Chaos is limitless potential. That's why we're chaos beings, because you can't look at me and tell you can't look at me and tell just from looking at me what I know in my mind.
That's why I keep it super simple, and I reference the script. In the beginning was the word, which is thought. The word was with God, the word was God, and the word becomes flesh. To me, that's just so simple. It's all one thing. In the beginning was the word. The word was with God, and the word was God. And then the word becomes flesh.
Okay, so how much different is that from me saying, in the beginning was mind,
right?
And the mind was thought, and the mind was thought. Like,
we're saying the same thing. They're not separate. You just using different verbiage.
That's what I keep saying to you, my baby. I keep saying
okay, that to you. So then we agree. So why do you keep trying to explain something we already agree upon?
Well,
we agree upon it, but it sounds like. But I'm just saying, from what I'm seeing in the chat, it sounds like you're making it separate though, and that's how I was taking it, that you were making it separate. But hold on, so we agree that it's all one, and just for the usefulness of conversation, you're trying to show the operation of the two, but that doesn't mean that they're separate. They're separate.
Absolutely
correct. Okay,
100%.
Okay, got you. We on the same page. All right.
That's what I was saying.
We're on the same page. We're on the same page. All right. All right. All right. Hold on. 313. I'm gonna go to 313.
Which one was with the other?
Yes, I know. Now you got to settle down. Now you got to mute up because I'm about to go to the next guest. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Hey, Mia. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing great. How you doing?
Good. So I love the conversation, and the psychologist in me was looking up some definitions to maybe give insight, because I think the mind and thought and all that gets kind of convoluted in where they stand together. But thought is literally.
You're probably losing a phone to look up the definition.
So thought is how your mind manipulates images and experience. So your thought is how mind manipulates images, things you see, and all of that. So your beliefs are the most important part. That's what's planted in the garden. That's what you really, really, really believe. Your thoughts are just a mirror of that. It's manipulated by your beliefs. So if you believe that all cops are bad, you think that all cops are bad, you're going to experience all cops being bad. A plus B always equals C. So your thoughts are the manipulations based on your experiences and what you believe, right? So if you think about Genesis, remember when the character of Eve said that, told Adam that, and then God was like, who told you that? Why are you over there thinking about shit? You're thinking about something I didn't tell you, and you're going off your thinking. Thinking is manipulative, and it's very delicate. You have to be in control of your thoughts, but they're yours. You have to take ownership of your thoughts. Your thoughts are the outcome of all the seeds you planted in your garden. They're yours. So I'm very clear on what thoughts are, but they're not anything outside of me. Thoughts are just built upon all of those schemas, all of those experiences, all of those things I kind of believe. So when you are forced into thinking a lot of negative thoughts, you got to kind of check yourself on, hold on, why is my garden full of haters? Because why am I thinking all this negative thing about myself? Why are all my thoughts bad? Why am I thinking like this? Not who put this there. Who put it there? I did. Me. There's no one else to put a thought in. So, but the only thing that, I know when sometimes people get caught up about, the world's effect on that. I mean, yeah, when you interact with the world, a lot of us think about things that haven't even happened to us. And that's where fear comes in. You know, that's why living in the present is so important. Think in the now. Think about what you're doing now, what you want now. Don't think about later. Don't think about the past, because that's when you're going to get messed up. Don't think. People who are thinking too much about the future are anxious as hell. And they're interrupting their manifestations at the same time. And people who are thinking about the past too much are depressed as hell. Worried about things they can't fix only in their mind. And if they're going back in their mind being sad about it, they probably should go back in their mind and be happy about it. If you're going to go back in your mind. And if you're going to do something. So, I mean.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Where does beliefs come from?
Your beliefs come from you. What you know to be true. They're yours.
But what is a belief?
Truth.
Whose truth?
Mine.
And where does the truth come from?
What I know, what I experience. Unfortunately, most of the people.
Do all of your beliefs come from experiences?
Now they do. But before they did not. Before they did not.
Right. Okay. So, generally speaking, where does beliefs?
Generally speaking, with indoctrination, a lot
beliefs came from where?
What other people told you the world was.
Acceptance of a thought that you keep on thinking.
Absolutely.
That's what a belief is. A belief is a thought that you accepted and you continued to think.
Absolutely.
So what is the creator? The thought? Because the thought is creating the belief, and the belief is bringing forth the experience. And so it's a secular thing. And how to interrupt it, you got to choose a different thought. That makes you the operator. That makes you the operant power. Because you get to select the thoughts that are always there. You align, right? Because a thought is only going to align with something you already believe to be true.
Absolutely. Your thought is a reflection of who you believe you are. So you're exactly right. You know, when there was a time where I believed that I needed to be told who I was, and what other people tell me is more important than who I know I am, then that's what you're going to believe to be true. So when people tell you things, you're going to hang on to it, you're going to latch on to it, you're going to attach to it, and you're going to make it true for you, and it's going to be part of your thoughts. So you're absolutely, it's all kind of a cycle, but the most important part is knowing yourself.
That's why the Bible tells you don't put your trust in man. You got to start receiving thoughts from others and choose your own thoughts. The more you keep listening to what others say, it's still you. You're still accepting it because there is no other.
Absolutely.
There's only you. It's your thoughts that are creating your reality, regardless of if you think it came from the outer or if it came from the inner. It's still something you're accepting.
You have to accept it. You have to attach to it. You have to agree. If someone comes up to you and tells you that you're stupid, you think I care if someone tells me I'm dumb?
That part.
Do you think I care if someone in real life, on the internet, or anywhere tells me I'm dumb? The only way I would care about that is if I believe I'm dumb. And then I believe, you know what, I think I am going to do. Oh my God, I'm dumb. And now my feelings are hurt because some stranger on the internet says I'm dumb. Right?
Yeah.
You gotta be a capital L loser to do that. Sorry. And I ain't one of them no more. So your thoughts are important. So unfortunately, I don't know how else to think about that. And you just have to be in control of them and know that you are the operant power that's in charge of those things. And you have to agree with things. But it's your job to determine what you're going to agree with. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I have to add to the conversation. I don't know.
Yep. I like how Reverend Ike said, the thought is God and the Lord is the law in which thought operates.
Yeah. Someone in the comments is saying I'm not smart. I don't know. I would never be in a room full of people that I didn't think were smart and listening to them. So I don't know which one of us isn't smart.
That part. You come in a room just to tell people how dumb they are. Like, really? Because you don't agree with their perspective in life. It's just so, people just don't, it just shows you people don't have anything better to do. And,
I'm in the mental health field. I love it. I love when the people act like who they are.
But here's the thing, they're doing what they're programmed to do.
Absolutely.
Right? It's a program. And we get it. It's a program because we understand that most of the people that come in, they are not thinking for themselves. They're doing exactly what the program is commanding them. The whole point of awakening is to now think for yourself. The whole time someone else was telling you how to think, how to feel, what you should be, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, right? It was always the outside in. The whole point of awakening is to now live inside out.
Absolutely.
Be led by, if you come into an awareness of a thought, understand that thought is the creator, is the God of your experience. So what are you going to do with the thought? Are you going to let it create in your reality, or are you going to dismiss it, reject it, and pull forth the thought you want to bring forth?
Only the
because all thoughts are productive, but you get to decide what gets to produce based on your selection of the thought. You're selecting the thought. The thoughts are the seeds, are the creator, are the things that's going to produce in your reality. And you get to decide what gets to grow in your garden. Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow?
Well, they said Jesus is our help in the comments, and I just want to know, was he helping them people over there on the island, or was he sitting back there with them legs crossing that moo-moo? I just want to know, he be helping.
Helping. Jesus' help is selective. He real pricky about who he gonna help. He gonna help you get a car, but he ain't gonna help. Yeah, he ain't gonna help. He ain't gonna help you in the time of trouble. He just gonna beat you through the trouble.
He might help you get that job you want, but he won't help you from getting your head knocked off by that man, right? He'll just watch you and give you his shoulder to cry on, and give him the grace when you finally leave from getting your ass whooped, and be like, Jesus, he took me through it. He watched me through it. Yeah, he helped me. Yeah, that's what y'all be saying about that help. I like help that intervenes, that doesn't even put me in situations to get my head knocked off. How about that?
Right. And then, okay, so when we talk about thought, right, we talk about belief, like Mia was saying. Belief is the like the oil in the engine, right? It is what causes the engine to move, or whatever those of you that are mechanics. I'm very loosely trying to make this analogy. But the law that thought operates on, what's the law? Mia already told us. Belief. And the Christ says it in the Gospels. It's always done unto you as you believe. That is the law in which thought operates. It's always going to happen to you. And whatever you're accepting, whatever you claim you can use whatever word you want to use. I know a lot of people don't like believe. So whatever you think you know about this reality is going to show up to you just like you think you know. It's about whatever you're accepting is going to become your reality. So that thought that you're having is always producing after its own kind. And it will always produce to you as you believe. So if you think the thought that you're thinking requires sacrifice, compromise, struggle, hardship, it says, I'm going to serve it up to you just the way you like it.
And they like it, Toyia. They like it. Because they'll come in here and call you stupid and stay for an hour. So you like listening to people if you don't even have credibility. That's why y'all be listening to them damn pastors that don't know nothing. Because you'll say somebody don't know nothing, and then you'll stay and soak it up for 2 hours. Look at you, soaking up stupidity.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have another guest on the panel, Fullness of Times. Welcome. You can unmute.
How y'all doing?
Great. How are you?
Y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm over 21 or whatever the requirements are.
Okay.
I don't believe you're stupid. I believe everybody have a level of knowledge about something more than another person. But when it comes to truth, I believe there's only one truth. You can't make, there's no such thing as my truth per se. You can have a level of understanding of something that's limited. So you're lacking all the details, but at the end of the day, the truth is the truth. You can't change that. Otherwise, everybody's truth can be different.
I have a question really quick. Before I just have to ask you, What you call the color red? Is it red for you?
I call the color red what?
It's red, right? Is that truly red?
That's the color red. Yeah.
Because some people call it rojo. Sometimes calling it rojo is true for a whole nother group of people. They don't call it red. They call it rojo.
Okay.
So calling it rojo just changes the language. It's still the same color.
It doesn't matter. What's it called?
It's still the same color,
red is called red. No, it don't. I don't know what a damn rojo is. I know what red is. You live in a land of belief.
You don't
live in a land of belief.
You don't know what rojo is.
Hold on. Not to mention, some people cannot even see the color red, so it's not
right.
red to them.
You live in a world of belief. That's the point I'm making. That when you say that there's a single truth, there isn't a single truth. There's the truth that somebody told you, because you wouldn't even know what the earth looked like until someone showed you a picture of it.
That's kind of what he was just saying.
Sir, I don't need no cheerleaders or no backup, because you spoke and no one interrupted you, 313, for a long time. Okay.
Crazy work.
Okay. Very intelligent work, actually. All right. I was very respectful of you, and you really was. Okay. So thank you. So that's all I wanted to ask. I'll let you speak. Thanks, baby.
No, I mean, again, in every language, you're going to get that, what you're talking about. Of course, in a different language, the word is going to be different. It's a different language. But the truth's still the same. It's like
it's not actually the same, because if you think about how
can I say this? Let me just say
this. I can't interrupt you because this is not really
Can I cook for at least a minute and a half, please?
Actually, no. This is not a debate live. We've had this conversation.
Okay, right. This ain't
might
a debate.
This might be your first time here, but we have this conversation almost every single time T runs these prompts. People who disagree with her come up here and talk about
what does all that have to do with you interrupting him, though?
I need you to calm down, or else you can just get dropped. I'm a mod. I don't know if you know that. So, long story short, we have this conversation almost every single time. When someone comes up and tries to talk about this is not what this live is about. So, if you disagree with it, if you want to, calmly talk about it or whatever, but once we get into debate territory about what's truth and what's not truth, that no one's interested in having that conversation. You can go to debate lives to have that conversation.
Okay, I was just saying, she was saying what she was talking about was everything is a thought, and that your beliefs were a thought, and your whole God system was a thought, and this is all, for the most part, a part of your brain, the way where you control your brain. And I was trying to highlight the fact that, people have a belief system that they didn't choose because they have to. They found out something was actually real, and that's what they based their beliefs on. It wasn't their choice or their preference or something that they can even change. They can't change it. They recognized, or they came to the realization that a certain level of reality is real, to the extent that they can't alter what they know to be true.
Right, but that should tell you that truth is relative, not that there's an ultimate truth. Because if we, grow up in a world and environment where most people are Christian, that's what seemed normal to us. In other parts of the world, that's not the case. People grow up being in all other kinds of religions. To them, that is their truth. It doesn't mean that, just because we disagree with it doesn't make it not true. It just means that we just don't ascribe to that point of view. But that doesn't mean that their truth isn't just as valid. It's all based on our point of perception and how we are looking at the world from our different points of view in the world. So there isn't just one truth. You could say there's ways to go into that conversation, but I guess my point is that if you originally, when you came in, you were talking about, first of all, starting off with "I don't believe you're stupid" was like, oof. It started me off personally on the wrong foot, because it came off as like, who said anything about being stupid? I don't know where that came from. So then going into the whole, I believe there's only one truth. like that goes into the whole Christian thing, which again, if you're one of those people who's just not, this vibe isn't really flowing for you, then that's totally fine. You know, you can, experience that elsewhere. But I mean, we all have our own points of view about what truth is, which should tell you that there's more than one truth.
Okay, so again, if you I don't know if you're trying to tell me you want me to leave in a nice way.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
that's
that
what it sounds like.
Sometimes it can get into a situation where if you disagree, we can tiptoe into that disagreement. But if you just disagree, you just disagree. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is really supposed to be about this topic on this live.
What is truer than truth?
See, you know what? You be having some issues too. Like, I don't understand what is wrong with you people. Like, I don't understand what is wrong with you people. I've been trying to be fucking calm.
No, I understand what you're saying. I think I understand. I don't know about everybody else, but I think I understand what you're saying. You want me to speak on something that confirms what the prompt is more than challenge the idea of the prompt.
No, yeah, I'm not saying you can't disagree with it, but I think if you fundamentally disagree with it, then
I understand. I think I get what you're saying. You want something that supports. You want the conversation that supports, not the conversation that challenges. I'll step down.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was like a traditional.
I thought it was like a traditional TikTok where it was like, yeah, if you disagree with the prompt, and that's why I came up because it was like, that's not.
No, this is not a. This is not a
debate. Isn't up there anywhere. The debate me now isn't up there anywhere. So usually they put that in the prompt that it's a debate.
Yeah, hold on. So I want to speak to 313. He's the toxic. I know you dropped him on TikTok, but he's a supporter on YouTube. But he came over to TikTok, and so this is his first time here. He's not familiar with how we really run TikTok on his side, right? So 313, no love lost. You know, my mods just try to keep us on topic. Not try. That's the whole point of having mods, to keep the platform in the direction in which we want to go. And we really do want to be respectful when it comes to people having their turn to speak. And we don't necessarily unmute and interject while the other person is having their time to share. And so I know a lot of other TikToks and maybe other platforms, people try to talk all at the same time, but that's not how I run my platform. We, for the most part, try to keep everybody giving their time to speak. And then once they've had their say and if somebody wants to, have something to say in regards to that, then we allow that space, because we want everyone the opportunity to be heard out. And you're not going to hear everyone if everyone is unmuting and speaking out of turn. Then it just becomes like a whole lot of noise. And we truly do want to hear everyone's perspective. But we can weed out, we can sniff out when someone is coming up looking to debate, regardless of how respectful they are. And we know that he was coming up to debate. And I said from the get-go, before LaToxic even came up on the panel, if you are coming to debate, I will drop you. Now, I haven't said that in a while, but when I started my live, I did make that, but then we got into the conversation. We got into, the conversation was flowing. So that wasn't like reiterated throughout the show, the broadcast, but that's how it goes. If we feel like you're coming up to debate your Christian perspective, you get let go.
Exactly.
Now, if you're coming up genuinely asking our perspective, we can have a conversation about that. But if you're coming up specifically to come and teach us about Christianity, no bueno. No, thank you. we don't want to hear it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the guy was, it just rubbed me the wrong way how it started off. So
I think he was responding to me or mentioning talking to someone in the chat, though, because someone in the chat said you're not smart. So she wasn't necessarily talking to him. I don't know why he came up and thought he had to mention that, because the conversation even wasn't with him. It was with someone else in the chat. So you said, why are you referencing it? I wasn't talking to you about it.
Yeah, sorry. I must have missed that. No, I got it. Yeah. Yeah, and she said it through and through. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm not in mine for no fucking reason. I'm not trying to throw my fucking weight around. I just don't want to hear that conversation, you know? And we try to keep, there was a time when we did debate lives, and, you know, it was a wild time.
It was wild, especially over there on YouTube. Woo, TikTok was more tame, but YouTube was woo. I was like, no, I'm like, this is not where I want my energy going, my attention. Woo, I got to switch this up. This was this. Woo, let people have their beliefs. Let me leave them alone. Woo.
It was a wild time. The Wild West, truly. But yeah, I mean, as long as we can keep it chill, but like, yeah, if you just disagree, just this is not for that. So, yeah, I'm just saying that.
Absolutely. Hey, Soul Evelyn.
Miss Pinky, Divine Day.
Divine Day.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Divine as always divine.
Yes.
So I'm over here thinking, because what else I'm gonna be doing? I was just in the cosmos or whatever, and I was thinking.
Wait a minute, hold on, Soul Evelyn, before you get started.
Okay.
Okay, so 313. We dropped you because we did ask you not to interrupt before you continuously interrupted. We did respectfully ask you not to, you know, and it almost sounded like you were trying to defend the guests that wanted to come up and debate. And so we want to get an understanding that the whole point of a mod is literally to throw their weight around, because they are the moderators of the chat and the panel. That is kind of like the role of that is the role of a moderator. They are going to be the ones that keep things in order and going to decide who gets muted, who gets dropped, because they haven't been being a moderator for like 2 days. I mean, some of my, especially the Toxic, has been around for like over a year or so. She's been moderating for me. And so she already knows what the point of our platform is, even if some people are new to it. And so, you know, if we ask, can you please not interrupt? If you please, can you hold on, you know, and let us deal with that person, right? And I get it. People want to feel like they want to have their say and speak in the moment. But we did ask, can you mute up? Because Mia did say, hold on, I didn't interrupt you when you spoke. You know, I let you have what you say. We let you talk we let you had that conversation with T the whole time, and no one interrupted, no one interjected. Let it go. So when someone else is having it, we want to show that same discipline. That guy did not need someone else defending him. He could hold his own. And we wanted to let him know this is not a debate live, which is why he's no longer on the panel now, because finally realized he thought this was a debate live, and it wasn't. He thought this live was just like everything else, but it's not. So no hard feelings, but you know, again, you're coming from YouTube to TikTok. A lot of the panel on TikTok isn't familiar with the people on YouTube. So, and I know that was a cross thing going on there. So like I said, he's been supporting my YouTube channel, you know, and I really didn't get a chance to be like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, just because, you know, it was a quick release. But please just know, when you come up on the panel on TikTok, let us not interject and interrupt others when it's their time to speak. Let people have their say in a very respectful way, unless the host is interjecting. But I'm only interjecting just to like maybe bring us back or to stop the conversation, because again, we see that it's going where we don't want it to go.
Yes, I mean, I've been trying to only come up if there's like, you know, if I need to interject. So, although that does not happen all the time, but I try to just let the conversation flow. So, you know, there's definitely no hard feelings, but yeah, we run things.
No hard feelings. No hard feelings, you know. Yeah. I know you wanted to hear what he had to say. We've heard it before. I've heard it so many times. There's only one truth. There's only one, and we already knew where that conversation was going. So you may have been new to hearing that. We've heard it several times, and we just were not interested in that conversation. All right, sorry, Total Leveling. I just need, I am on both platforms, and I don't want to, let people know what's going on. But go ahead.
Okay. So, damn, what was I saying?
I know. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. What is this? My new high is how the mind works or whatever. And so they used to think that consciousness was in the brain or whatever. Then they figured out, no, it can't be in the brain or whatever. Then they were trying to figure out, like, what is consciousness or whatever. And then this is where you come up with the hard problem of consciousness. And so the mind, so they figured out that all must be mind or whatever, because we can't determine or find what this consciousness is or whatever, because everything in our mind is well, how can I say this, is related to something else or whatever. And so you're trying to find the thing that makes up the relationships or whatever. It's kind of like impossible. That's why it's called the hard problem of consciousness or whatever. And so whatever you be like, oh, that's consciousness or whatever, but in actuality, it's not. It's just an aspect of your mind or whatever. So you're like, oh, I feel sad. Like, where is this sadness or whatever? Like, where is it? It's in your mind or whatever. So everything we look at or everything we try to say, like what the guy was saying, like, oh, it's the ultimate truth. It's not or whatever, because our minds is showing us what's true. We are what consciousness is doing, or we are what the universe is doing. So you can't find yourself because you're doing it. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're trying to look for something, but the thing you're looking for, you're doing it. So you're never going to find what you're doing because you're doing it. Does that make sense? This is what they call the hard problem of consciousness or whatever. So your mind is creating all of this or whatever. Like, this is what they came down to. Like, it's all mind. It's what you are doing. So you're trying to be like, oh, where did I come from? You're not going to find that because you're doing it or whatever. So, like, when you're saying God is mind or whatever, literally consciousness is the mind. It is the thing that we are doing. And then, so to try to say, oh, that's the truth. No, it's not, or whatever, only unless you believe or know that to be true for you or whatever, because niggas be like, you're going to hell. Okay, well, that's not in my reality. That's not true for me or whatever. So it's that's true for you. And I respect that by all means. Mm-hmm. I respect that or whatever, but that's not true for me or whatever. But yet when you're trying to force something upon me or whatever, like, you can't do that because I don't agree. Like, do you see? Do you see? Or whatever. And so when people don't agree with something, it's okay or whatever, because what you eat don't make me shit or whatever. Like, this man just saw the video on Instagram. He was like, so do you believe that transgender people shouldn't be allowed to exist or whatever? He was like, no, that doesn't make sense because God created you how you're supposed to be or whatever. He was like, okay, so why are you wearing glasses? God created you with bad eyesight. You shouldn't be wearing glasses or whatever. She was like, you're going against God because you're wearing glasses. She was like, but if I didn't wear glasses, I wouldn't be able to see or whatever. Well, if they didn't see how they're supposed to be, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing or whatever. It just be funny how we put stuff on other people, but that same thing when it comes back to you, oh no. Mm. How does that work? Yeah. How does that work? Like, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. So, like, in that instance or context, it can go on forever because you came out of your mama's vagina naked. Why are you wearing clothes? God didn't put clothes on you, so why are you wearing clothes? All of this is just your own thing. It's like it's literally for you, your own experience for how you want to experience or whatever. So if you don't mind or whatever, now my new question, I would like to read some stuff, but my new question is what the question that I feel like everybody should ask now themselves is, what does it mean to exist? I don't think people have asked themselves that or whatever, because they've been given so much information, from the external or whatever, even though it's all you. But they've been given so much external, like, 1 + 1 = 2, and the sky is blue, and blah, 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 or whatever. But I don't think people ever ask themselves, what does it mean to exist? So if you will allow me to read some stuff or whatever, all these people that I'm about to read, they all have something different because they all see it different. They all experience it differently. So there can't be a one way to this or whatever, because we are doing what consciousness is doing. Like, you are the thing that's doing the thing.
Right. That's the part that Christians know when the Bible says, "I am the truth." They think they're saying it's Jesus is the truth. No, it's saying,
yes,
I am my truth.
Yes.
You are your truth. I am the truth. I am the truth of my experience. You are the truth of your experience. That's what I say. That's why it's first person present tense. That doesn't, and that's why the Bible can seem a little convoluted. It can seem like, because Jesus is saying it, they think Jesus is saying Jesus is the truth. Jesus is the way. No, it's saying I am the truth. I am the way. I am the light. It's me for my reality.
Yes.
Never for
you.
Who
else is going to be?
But they,
it's
right.
It's going to be your dog. It's going to be your daughter. It's going to be the bird in the sky. Who else is going to be?
Yeah, but religion has to say there's only one truth, or it falls apart, right? Because if you're saying everybody is the truth, then it's individuality. Then it's an individual game. But if you say no, it's only one person, we need to look to this one person, then that makes conformity, right? And now that gives herd mentality. And it was never supposed to be herd mentality. It's individuality. But do individuality not to make you feel like you're not supposed to care for others. I think people miss that. Like thinking, oh, the individuality type mindset makes you selfish, where it makes you feel like you're not supposed to be sympathetic or express empathy. But no, your love for you causes you to have love for others. But go ahead and read your.
So the question is, what does it mean to exist or whatever? He said the physics of the universe, energy, magnetism affects us all or whatever, because we're all the same thing. Like nothing. Anyway, so what does it mean to exist or whatever? So the Buddha says, which is 5th century BCE, quote, all compounded things are subject to vanish. For the Buddha, to exist is to be in a constant state of flux. He argued there is no permanent, unchanging self. Existence is like a river. It looks like a single solid thing, but in actuality, a conscious flow of different water droplets. To exist is to experience this temporary, interconnected flow, and the friction of holding on to it is what causes human suffering. Marcus Aurelius, 170 CE, quote, you are a little soul carrying a corpse. As a Roman emperor and Stoic, Aurelius viewed existence as a brief flash of light in the infinite dark of time. To exist means you are a teeny fragment of a massive, rational universe, the logos. Your existence isn't about you. It is about observing the beauty of the cosmos for a fleeting moment and doing your duty to the whole before you dissolve back into it. Descartes, 1641, I think, therefore I am. Descartes strips away everything to find the bare minimum requirement for existence. He realizes his senses could be lying to him. Reality could be an illusion, but the very act of doubting, the fact that there was a mind asking the question, was the undeniable proof of existence. To exist is to be a point of conscious awareness. Soren, 1842, quote, the anxiety is the dizziness of freedom. Consider the first true existentialism. He hated the idea that we are just cogs in a cosmic machine. To him, existence is terrifyingly individual. To exist means waking up to the realization that you have total freedom to choose who you are and carry the heavy, dizzying anxiety that comes with that responsibility. Albert Camus, 1942, quote, "The literal meaning of life is whatever you're doing that prevents you from killing yourself." Camus believed the universe is completely silent and indifferent to your desperate need for meaning. He called this clash the absurd. To exist is not to find a grand purpose, but to aggressively live anyway. Existence is an act of rebellion against the meaningless of it all. Lao Tzu, 16th century BCE, quote, "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao." The founder of philosophical Taoism believed that existence is not something you do, but something you align with. He described the universe as a nameless, flowing force. To exist in harmony is to practice Wu Wei, effortless action, like water flowing over rocks rather than trying to smash through them. Existence is just another part of the current. Senna, 1027, quote, "The soul is distinct from the body." This Persian polygraph came up with a massive breakthrough hundreds of years before Descartes. He proposed a thought experiment. Imagine you are created in a void, completely suspended in midair, with no sight, no hearing, and your limbs spread so completely apart in midair, you can't even feel your own body. Would you still know you exist? He said, yes, to exist is to possess a fundamental, undeniable self-awareness that requires zero physical evidence. I love the next, Rumi. I love Rumi. 13th century, quote, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop." For this Sufi mystic and poet, existence was purely about love and unity. He believed the illusion of being a separate, isolated individual is what causes our pain. To exist truly is to realize that the boundary between you and the universe or the divine is completely fake. You are just the cosmos experiencing itself in a state of ecstatic motion. Spinoza, 1677, quote, "God or nature." Spinoza got exiled from his community for a radical view of existence. He argued that there is no separation between the creator and the created. There is only one infinite substance in the universe, an absolute everything, every star, every thought, every person. It's just a temporary ripple of the surface of one substance. To exist is to be fleeting expression of the infinity. Last person, Friedrich Nietzsche. I love Friedrich. 1883, quote, "He who has a why to live for can bear almost anyhow." Nietzsche despised the idea of passive existence. For him, merely surviving or following the herd was a waste. He believed the core driver of all life is the, quote, "will to power," the drive to grow, overcome obstacles, and impose your own will on reality, to exist in a constant, active process of self-overcoming and violently forging your own values. So when you say God wants you rich or whatever, like, what do you want for your existence? What do you say it is? What are you going for? What are you striving for? You can't let nobody tell you what it is for you, because it's your existence. It's your experience. Like, what do you want? Like, what you can sit in the silence, meditate, do whatever. You can have all the riches and glory of the world. You can be peaceful. You can have a kid. What do you want? It's literally here for you. Here for you. You are what consciousness or the universe or God is doing. You are literally it. Like, it ain't no you going to hell or whatever. What the Bible say? The kingdom of heaven is within. The kingdom, it's all you. Your mind dictates how you respond and see and experience all this shit. Okay, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, can I ask a question real quick?
Beautiful.
So all those people you name, where are they right now?
What do you mean?
All right, let me pause you. We're gonna head into the debate. Like I don't know if you just got in here cool.
Can he just answer that question real quick?
No, actually, because this is not a debate live.
It's not a debate. I'm just asking a question. Where are those guys right now? So
What are you gonna say? They're in hell?
And consciousness.
No, that's not what I said.
So what are you gonna say then? Let's just get to the point. Let's actually get to the end of the conversation.
I know you're probably the mod, but I'm not talking to you. I'm talking.
I don't give a damn who you're talking to.
Oh my gosh.
Get to the end of your point.
So where are those people right now? So
In consciousness.
are they on? Are they?
We're not about to do that. We've already just had this conversation. We're not about to do that. If you're coming up to debate for the last time, this is not that conversation. If you disagree, go to a fucking another live. There's millions of other lives you can go to where you can enjoy what you're listening to.
Lord. All right, well, no need for you to answer the question, so. I love it.
But they're in consciousness and you don't go anywhere.
That part.
And to answer your fucking question, cool story, since you must have just got here. We just literally had this conversation about how this is not a debate live. And yes, I am extremely biased. So if you don't like that, go somewhere else.
But yeah, they're in consciousness. Like, you don't go nowhere else. It's only consciousness. That's why I keep telling people it's only for the other lives. It's only God or whatever. Like, there is no quote unquote dying or whatever. It only is or whatever. There's no such thing as non-existence. It's only existence. So people are like, God created the universe or God created existence. So you're saying, what you're saying is that God is non-existence, that so non-existence don't exist. So God is the thing that you're saying. God is existence itself. We are doing the thing that you're saying God is. We're doing that. We're literally doing it. It's only God. We are doing it. You are what God is.
People are just afraid of nothingness and non-existence. That's what it comes down to. That's why we create religion, in my opinion. So people are just afraid of how vast space is, and it is, for the most part, quite empty. And there's no rhyme or reason why it exists to begin with. People are just afraid of it, so they create all these mythologies to keep themselves happy and comfortable. And that, serves a purpose in the world, but, we move beyond that.
Interesting. Okay, Dorie, are you there? I haven't heard from Dorie in a while. Are you there, Dorie? I don't know, maybe she didn't mean to come up.
I was happy to see her request. She used to come up a lot.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Oh, there she is. Hey.
Oh, hey.
How are you?
I didn't even know about.
Oh, you didn't know? Okay.
I'm good. Happy Saturday, everybody.
Happy Saturday.
I'm just in the background, just listening as always.
Oh, okay.
But, it's good to hear you guys, so I'll just sit back and listen.
Oh, definitely. Good to see you.
Right.
Good to hear from you.
Okay, bye for now.
Okay, bye-bye.
I want to say something.
Mm-hmm.
I love when Soul does the readings of the different quotes and the authors, and the one that he said, I forgot the writer, I think it was Marcus Aurelius, I'm not sure though, when he said, and I'm paraphrasing, you're just a part of this we're all just a part of this grand existence, given an opportunity, and given the opportunity to come here briefly, and especially when you compare that to eternity. So we get to come here briefly as a piece of that existence to experience itself, then to get on out of here and rejoin the existence. It's so vast. That's what I love. And I think that, like Latoxi said, that people are afraid to abandon the just even for a moment in their mind, the idea of existing as a human, experiencing and existing as a human, to just let go for a moment and free fall, into the experience of, to remember the experience of eternity and infinity is for some people is scary. And because it creates this emptiness, so to speak, which is the purpose of entertaining that part of ourselves. So that's like the canvas of that we create upon. Yes. So it's it's a big deal. We're doing just us having these lives every day and entertaining these ideas and these thoughts is very expansive. And I think, and I've said it before, it's very important what we're doing here with each other and with one another. We're giving ourselves the opportunity to experience the unlimited nature of our being. And everybody just can't handle it, but we're not going to argue about that. That's the thing that people don't understand. We're not up here to be fussing and fighting and debating. Again, we're keeping it simple. We're going to be wearing our rose-colored glasses. We're going to wear them. You can't knock them off.
Yes.
They're a permanent part of who and what we are. We're going to wear them. If they fall off, it's because we made a wrong move. But can't nobody come and knock our glasses off. We're not going to let you do it. We're just not going to let you do it.
Yeah. And I don't know. And my thing is every a debate live? You just can't say everybody is up here to debate. Like you see something that you disagree with, and you automatically think, I need to come and be contrarian. No,
for the most part, it is or whatever. For the most part, I only seen like, I guess you're live now, but 3 other people. One guy just say, "Hey, tell me about your experience." Because he interviewed like 1,000 people who like have near-death experience or whatever. Okay. So he just want to hear your experience. Then it's another guy who says, "What you think gonna happen when we die?" So he just asks me what you think or whatever. And it's another guy who say, "What's on your mind? Let's talk."
Okay.
But for the most part, other lives, yeah, it's a debate. It's a debate.
I mean, it's entertaining. I will say that, so that it is entertaining, but I don't know. Hello, Miss June. How are you?
Hey, T. I'm good. How are you?
Great. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone on the panel and in the collective.
Yes.
I wanted to say, I really like the question that Soul Evelyn said, because I talked about this since the beginning of this week. And I was expressing this to a lady in a store while I was shopping, because I talk to people everywhere I go. So, and I was saying, like, that it was a perfect question. Like, what do you want? And I think because everybody thinks, the body was in bondage, but the truth of the matter is the only reason that the body was in bondage because the mind was in bondage. Now, if the mind was never able to be captured, the body would have never been able to be enslaved, right? So we have to think like even it goes deeper than humans being locked down. It's all about your mind, and like everything shows that, because even back in the day, like your grandmother and grandfather showed you, like, no, it's all about the mind, because even if we're talking about what you want, even after we say, all that stuff happened, all that tragic stuff happened, people still had the mind to know what they wanted. People were still able to find a happy place because they wasn't trying to compare. And they say what you say, your daughter always say, comparison is the killer of joy. That is absolutely right, because if I know what makes me happy, then what you do to make you happy, I should not be in comparison, because first of all, we on 2 different paths of what makes us happy. I might want a husband and children with a nice house, and just to see my children grow up. That might be the luxurious life for me. Mm-hmm. You may want to have a greenhouse with lots of plants and just be a single person. That's your happiness though. But the point of us all knowing what we want is because if we all are an expression of God and we all know what we want, then when we're all in this place of knowing what it is that we want, we then can truly enjoy each other and experience the worlds that others have created for themselves that we are interested in. Like, and we do that by becoming friends, making friends, having some type of interaction with each other to even see if we're interested in the life that you built for yourself. And if we not, then we going about our way, because it's never going to affect us, because why? We have to come to a place to know what we want and what makes us happy. We stepped in, we seen your experience. Oh, that was great, but that wasn't for me. But I do like, but it was obviously something that drawn you to that person's experience that they wanted for themselves, that had you picking an interest to even go check it out. But the whole thing is, what even captured your opinion is that a person was in the knowing to know what they want. You're always going to be interested in what somebody else is doing different than you, some type of way. You know what I mean? But it's not because you want to compete. It's just because something in you was interested in something that they were doing. It spoke to a part of you. But that doesn't mean that because whatever you had going on that spoke to a part of me, I'm just going to become that, because that's not what I want. That's just part of something that I was interested in that drew me to your lifestyle. But me, that is a perfect question. Understand and know what you want. People were a lot happier back then with just simple lifestyles, because you didn't have, and then you got to think, our grandparents and grandfathers, they wasn't chasing the lives of celebrities. They were living in real time. And then even then, celebrities was living in real time and with the people of the world. Like, you still had the celebrities, like back then, they still was living a real regular life, doing real regular family stuff. And like, that's when the people was even more connected with each other. Like, it wasn't really too much of a separation. And it was for so many reasons to why it was like that, because first of all, maybe we wasn't wanted in so many spaces, but we was able to still, even as celebrities, to be able to go amongst our people without thinking about necessarily getting robbed or messed up. Like, now I ain't gonna say some of them didn't get robbed and some of them didn't get messed up, because some of them was still dealing and doing street things on a celebrity status. So I mean, it doesn't matter how big we go or what we do or how big we make it. If we still entangled in things that are part of what we grew from, all those things are still going to be attached to us wherever we go. Whatever we don't deal with is going to always follow us. But the whole thing is, what I'm saying is, it's all about knowing what you want, and knowing when you know what you want, understand that all the choices that you make is all the choices and consequences of everything that you decided that you wanted to do is the things that you're going to face. And you always have the chance to rewrite and regroup, step back, and do it over. But you have to know what you want. I think that is a great place to really sit and really come to a conclusion with self. Like, what do you really want? Not what somebody else wants, not what we think is a perfect picture that would make us be. And I really feel like that's what I was going to say too. A lot of the things that we want is the things that we think is going to be validation from other people. We don't even know what we want. We really seeking validation from other people. That's why people don't know what they want, because they want their life to be validated. Once you stop trying to have everybody else validate your life and you validate your own life, then only then can you truly be happy for yourself. Yeah. And that's all I have to say.
Yep. That's why we do Manifesting Wednesdays. What do you want? That's the question, right? Whatever you desire, that's what do you want. Same question. That's how the Christ says it in the script. And I say the Christ because it's put in the mouth of Christ Jesus, right? The central character of the Bible. But you are the central character of the script. You are the central character, the script of your reality. And I say there's 3 questions that's always posed. It's 3 questions. Who do you say that I am? What do you have of me? Which is, what do you want from me? What can I do for you? And do you believe it's possible? Do you believe in this possibility? Because a lot of people be asking for shit they don't really believe they can have, and then get mad that it doesn't show up. So you causing your own grief. Because you're looking to expand your territory, enlarge our territory. That's the whole point of expansion. The quickest way to get to the belief that the possibility of thing you're asking for that may be beyond something you ever thought was possible is to live in the end. To go to the end of already being it, not how you're going to get it. This is why a lot of people miss the boat or miss out on their desire, the thing that they're wanting to bring into their experience. And ain't nobody judging it as you shouldn't have it. It's not right for you. It's too big. It's too small. How dare you ask for that? Many people will say when you ask for something, expand it and then go bigger than that. Allow your mind to keep moving outward. You ask for 10,000, believe in 100,000. You ask for 100,000, believe in 1,000,000. You ask for 1,000,000, believe in 10 million. As they say, when you reach for the stars, you just may land on the moon. You ask for 100 million, you may end up with 10 million. You can't do nothing with that? Of course you can. Whatever you're asking for. But here's the thing, when you ask, it is always given. It's just about, do you believe you can have it? That's the only question. Because to them that have, it is given. And in abundance. It's given to you in abundance. And the end is where you begin. Too many people starting in the middle. How can I get it? What I got to do to make it happen? You can't make anything happen. You just need to come to that realization. The sooner you come to the realization that you can't make anything happen, you become at peace with the happening. Because the moment you ask, I answer. While you were yet speaking, I did appear. Why? Because, or did hear. Why? Because the gift is from you to you. The greater part of you is giving it to the Lord, the lesser part of you. The I am of you wants to experience it in the physical as you, as the personality you. Consciousness wants to see, what will you do with $10 million if that's your desire? Not what the rich people will do. You are the rich people. You as the rich being, what would you do with the $10 million? I give it all away. Okay, we'll give it all away then. I'll buy property and then buy property. I'll create a trust and leave it to my legacy. Then do that. I'll create, I'll make galas every year and I'll pass out, college funds for inner city youth. Okay. I'll give scholarships to those who love music because I really want to learn music, but I never could, but I'm gonna help someone who also has that desire. Okay. It's a smorgasbord. It's a buffet. You get to choose what you're going to eat. You get to choose what you're going to experience. But you just got to learn how to take the limitations off. And you take the limitations off by stop trying to imagine the how and imagine the it, the having, the being. Since I am this, since I am, not when it comes, not if it comes, since I am, since this is now my current reality, not if, when, and since then. Since this is this, then that is that, right? Since I am living this luxurious life where life is easy, breezy, fresh and squeezy, I don't have to strain, struggle, strive, compete, compare, manipulate, coerce, control any situation. All I got to do is just chill and just settle down.
And that's what Jesus keeps trying to tell the people. They keep saying, oh, you're going to heaven, hell and all that stuff. I'm a sinner, I'm a perfect. No, Jesus telling you, just love yourself or whatever, and you can do the same things I can do, and then everybody will be doing that same things or whatever, because you'll be helping yourself, because we're all one thing. That's his whole message.
He told you he didn't do anything, right? As if you read the Gospels, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, and you get to the good part where he's going around healing, performing miracles. He might have physically did a little something. I know he went and got some mud and put it on somebody's eyes, right? But we know this is all allegory. For the most part, many of the miracles was just him speaking to the person. What do you want? What did he say? Arise, pick up your bed, right? He always told you to do something. You had to do it. Now he was going to do it. You had to. This was your faith in action. Where if you want to walk, get your ass up and walk. If you believe that you have been healed of the leprosy, go show the priest that you're healed. The 10 lepers went. Only one returned, though. Only one came back and said, hey, I'm healed, I'm healed, I'm healed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But this is how we operate in faith. We don't go by appearances. And this is what we need to like really, really understand. Our senses lie to us. Ever been to a magic show? You see shit on TV, people telling you they did this, they did that, and then under more scrutiny, you find out it's not what you thought it was. You never saw what you thought you.
We can be tricked real easy.
Real easy. That's why you're told you don't walk by sight. You cannot, because you're hearing. You think you heard. Oh, I thought I heard. But the sight, oh, you're very deceived by what you see. Because people can make things look real good. Can make it look like the truth. Can give it it's nothing but plated gold, but they will make you think it's solid gold.
And memory, people be trying to use that memory. That shit is flawed. They already did research on it. Memory is flawed. And you trying to use that? Oh, okay. Well,
they'll sell you a brick with painted on gold and tell you it's solid gold.
Now, why people be trying to bring up, well, in your when you was a kid or what? Nigga, I don't remember that shit. I only remember the good stuff or whatever, and I'm gonna keep the good stuff because my memory is flawed. You want me to go back 35 years ago or whatever? Like, it's flawed for what? That's not gonna serve me no justice because what? Even though I'm going to a psychiatrist or a therapist and they talk about your past, that may be flawed. The stuff I'm telling you may be flawed.
Ain't no maybe, it is, because you don't really quite remember a lot of things.
And you're basing your conclusion on my flawed memory.
Yep.
Now walking around here with your conclusion based off a flawed memory, and then I put come on, it's all flawed. So why am I going back? No, now it's all about now. What are we doing here? What Aquarius said. What the fuck are we doing? Well, yeah, what are we doing? Like, why do I need to go back? Because my memory is flawed or whatever. So I don't need to go back. I just need to be the person I see myself being now or whatever. Like, I don't need to go back. Like, that don't make sense.
Because I say, if I didn't personally experience it, then I don't know it. If I did not personally experience it, I don't know it. I have lived too long and read too much stuff to see that, oh, people don't tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. They never tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth. They tell their version of the truth. They give it to you from their perspective, and their perspective isn't always up on the up and up, right? Like, and I'm not saying they don't make up. They don't. Yes, things make for good stories. I really love your success stories, but I don't have to believe in any of them because it's not for me to believe. It's for you to believe.
Yes.
You only need to believe in what's happening to you. I don't need to believe in what's happening for you, to you, about you, because it ain't happening to me. It's happening for you. So, like, the people that talk about they astral project. Okay, does that make a lot better? You visiting other worlds while you sleep. You seeing how the out-body experiences. How was your life? Do you enjoy life? Do you love life? Because at the end of the day, if you're doing all of these things, does it change your life for the better?
So then, would you say, soul living, the way you put that, like the way you put that, then like how you put, well, I'm going to a therapy for them to take me to my past, for them to, and memory is flawed. So then, would you say that therapist is in a place to reprogramming people then?
That way you can
therapy for reprogramming then, and would that be the reason that they are asking you in the beginning, like, what is it that you want to get from this therapy session? Because that's how they're going to reprogram you when you leave, so that you feel like you have got better.
Correct.
Leaving because they reprogrammed you the way that you asked to be reprogrammed.
Correct. So that's why you can do it yourself.
That's all you. I just wanted to ask that. I like that you put it like that. I just wanted to put that out there. So
this is how you change the past or whatever. You take yourself now or whatever, your perspective for now, right? Then you go back to the stuff that you feel like was a mistake or whatever and rewrite that in your mind or whatever. Then it's rewritten or whatever. that's what you're doing, or whatever, or quote unquote, that's what they're doing, or whatever. Like they're trying to talk about it, or whatever. They were like, well, you could have looked at it like this. You can do that yourself. Just go back to the quote unquote mistake that you made, or whatever, with your new perspective, and be like, oh no, I didn't make a mistake because if I didn't do this, blah 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 blah, or whatever. Like, oh my childhood was bad, or whatever. Oh no, it was good, or whatever. Because I was just looking at it.
I tell people that remember it differently all the time. I can just remember it differently. You remember how horrible your mother was. Remember that she was the best mom ever.
Yes.
You remember the dad was absentee. Remember that he was the best dad ever. It's all make-believe. Anyway.
Yeah.
Nah, I actually like that toxic. I actually like that, T, because that's actually like you really rewiring yourself if you thinking like that. That's you actually rewiring and healing your inner chakras and all these things that we say, all these things that we need to heal to be on this next level. Like that is actually a way to trigger your healing. I actually like that idea. Like rethink it and rewrite the story a different way for you to remember. That is actually good. I like that.
Yeah, and how about rewrite, stop talking about you need healing? How about say you're already whole? I mean, if you're going to tell a story, you might as well make it a complete story.
The best story ever.
The best story ever told. Why I'm going to write in the story I need healing? Right. No, I'm already whole.
Say trigger yourself into being whole. Yeah. I like that.
We call those things that be not as though they were, so that the unseen becomes seen. Like, that's the thing. To me, that keeps you on that perpetual state of never being enough. If you're telling somebody they need healing, when does the healing ever end?
That's why I be asking people, like, when are the good days coming? When the good days coming? It's in the bad times. Okay, we got it. The bad times, good. We looked at it. We seen it. So are we not in the good times? No. We're still in the bad times. Then fuck that book. Shit.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm in a good time. Good time.
What I say? Can we get to the good part? Can we get to the good part? Like, what y'all waiting on to get to? Oh, no. First, before I get to the good part, I have to go through these levels of healing. First, I got to deal with my inner child when she was 5. Then I got to deal with when she was 10. And then when she was 15. And then when she was 20. And then when she was 25. Don't you know, them 30s was a beast. Oh, and now I'm 40s. Oh, my goodness. Let me tell you, like, what?
Right.
You'll be forever. You'll never be killed.
I didn't learn the lesson yet. Okay, you keep telling yourself it's a lesson, then you're going to keep fucking doing a lesson because you keep saying it's a fucking lesson that you need to learn.
I say I'm not learning any lessons.
That's what I be saying.
I'm not in the school.
Exactly.
It's all about the experience. That's it.
They're like Earth is a school. Okay, well,
for you, I'm a high school dropout.
Yeah.
No graduation here for you. Booty school dropout. That's what. You know what? That's interesting. That's interesting. Y'all said that because it was a lady that had came because I let my daughter run her hair, do her business out of our home, and the lady, she came in and she was like talking like all the fear things that people would bring up in the world, like that watch the news and stuff. And my daughter said, "Oh no," she said, "not in here. We don't bring that into here." She said, "In here, we believe different." She said, "Y'all always talk." And this is one person that I know that my oldest daughter. She gets so triggered by conversations that deal with racism. Like that is her triggering space. Like if you saying that, "Oh, we finna go down. We about to be without the government about to control," that is a triggering place for her. Like she instantly shuts that down. She's like, "No." She's like, "Are you?" She asked the lady, she said, "Are you right now dealing with racism?" And she's like, "Yeah, we as a whole." She said, "No, you right now in your personal life." She said, "Are you right now, when you walk outside and you see a white person walking past you," she said, "are you getting knocked down upside your head right now?" She said, "Well, is that Hispanic lady smacking you?" She said, "All these different races attacking you right now." She said, "No." She said, "And to be honest," she said, "if that was the case," she was like, "you got to look around." She said, "We always listening to the agenda." She said, "If you are not tapped in to understand that there's an agenda being pushed on our mentality. She said, no, we're not in a racist war. She said, nobody in the world is experienced racism. She said, because it would be no way that if we were all truly racist, that we'll be able to live in mixed communities with each other right now to this day. She said, no, that is an agenda that is steady being pushed on us, saying that we do not coexist with each other. She said, when we are coexisting with each other, she said, no. She was like, wake up. She's like, and no. She's like, you don't got to be poor. She's like, as long as you sitting here getting a skill or a trade for something that you're giving somebody and you getting what you need. She said, no, you're not poor. You got everything you need. She said, well, so what makes you poor? She's like, and what makes you rich? She's like, she said, y'all put all y'all value into a dollar that does not exist. She was like, we can't do that in here. She was like, ma'am, I'm sorry. She's like, I understand that we all have our opinions. She's like, but we don't do that in here in this house. She was like, we manifest. She's like, my mama has told us to learn how to live free. And I'm just like, and I mean, she takes it to the next level. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at the lady, because the lady's a lot older than her. And she looks at me and she goes, mom. and I'm just sitting there. And I'm like, well, I'm like, I said, you do have the right to your opinion. I said, but yeah, I said, that is how I raise my household. We are free in our thinking in here. I'm like, and my children have learned to manifest for themselves. And that is something that I instilled in them at a young age. I always wanted them to think for themselves. So I feel like that was the only way a person could control you, is really literally through your mind. Then they can control your body and everything you do, because then you feel like you're obligated to, but it's all in the mind. And the lady, she goes, oh, so I know you're proud of her. And I just start cracking up. I'm like, yeah, I am. She was like, wow. She's like, I ain't never really seen nobody thinking like that. I'm like, dang, she was so ready and eager to be comfortable to be in this fear-mongering conversation that it took my daughter to be like, you got to paint a new reality when you're sitting in here. And I ain't gonna lie, when she walked out, she was thinking different. Yeah. And I'm just like, oh my goodness. I'm like, see, when you just being you and you doing yourself and you being free in your thinking, you ain't got to force nobody else to think free, but you can tell them like, oh, I don't do that. And you can shift the energy to make them rethink what energy they want to be in. Like if she chose to want to stay in that energy, she could have, but the conversation probably wouldn't have been had in here, because my daughter, she can walk in her authority, but she does it in a very respectful way to where a person literally gonna check themselves and her energy. But the lady, she literally sat there and she listened to her perspective, and even how she even more ended up liking my daughter, because how my daughter had dealt with her daughter, because her daughter had autism, and she's like has a very short attention span, like sitting there and she would say how her daughter act the fool, and my daughter, she's like, I don't mind that. She's like, because right now while she's in my chair, she's like, it's gonna go good. And girl, if I don't tell you that her braiding that girl hair went good, it went good. And her mama said she had never seen nobody do her daughter hair like that. Her daughter sit through that, and I'm just like, dang. I'm like, look at my daughter. Got me over here a proud mom. Like, girl, go ahead and do that. Speak it as though it already is, and she literally lives in that.
Love it. That's it. It's about living it. It's one thing to be a hero of the word, but you got to be a doer also, right? Constantly reminding yourself of who you are. It's just about living in your truth. That's all it is. It's about living in your truth, right? And it all starts in your mind, like you said. Everything starts in the mind, right? There's a script in the Bible when they say it was giants in the land, right? And the people said, we were as locusts in our eyes, and we were as locusts in the giant's eyes, right? So you are only seen by the outer as you view yourself within. So if you see yourself as small and insignificant and less than, the world will confirm that for you. So you have to see yourself as a giant in your land, that nothing can conquer you. There's nothing greater than you in the world. And you just got to live, be true to that, be honest to that, right? Because it's not about making other people small. You don't have to dim anybody else's lights for yours to shine. Everybody light can shine, right? Everybody can be great in their own way. Because no two people are ever going to, even if you got 2 people that braid hair, 10 people, 100 people, no 2 people are going to do it. Everybody going to have their own way in which they do it, how they part the hair, how they braid the hair, how they set it up, what different products they're going to use. If they want you to come with your hair washed already, if they're going to wash it for you, if you're going to have to come there with the blow dry, all of those things. Everybody's always going to have something unique to the way they do it. That's why you don't have to worry about who else is doing what you're doing, because guess what? They'll never do it like you. They can never be you. That's why it's so important to know who you are and live in that reality and live in that truth. And go forth. You really do have to have tunnel vision. You really do almost have to live with like your head is in the sand when it comes to the reality you want to create for yourself. And like June was saying, be honest with yourself. When you go out into the world, you're really not experiencing any racism. You know, you're flying on planes, you're on trains, you're on purchasing automobiles. Like, you're going to these spaces that, yeah, maybe a century ago, a century and a half ago might have been hard for some people to even imagine. But here's the thing. You're only experiencing that perspective from one part of the country. You only want to talk about it from the Southern perspective. Right? There are people that had land and passed it down and passed it down and passed it down that was of a certain race. But we know race is a construct. If you just do the history on race, you know it has not always been a part of human history. Race did not get introduced into the human construct until what? The 14 or 1500s? Like, that has not always been a part of human society. But you know what has always been a part of human society? The have and the have-nots. It's always been somebody got this and somebody else doesn't have that. Someone has always been going around trying to expand their territory, take what someone else has, living from a place of lack. Thinking that they have to be over. That's when we get the barbarianism, right? And you get the Celtics and all of them. If you're going to study human history, you're going to see that the caste system has always been a part. And that is what quote unquote racism is built on. It's built on the have and the have-nots. That's where you get that thinking from. But you gotta even change. You gotta tear down that construct. If you keep believing there are people that don't have enough, you're always going to create the reality where you see people that don't have enough. See, I tell myself, everyone is taken care of. Everyone is their babies are loved, children are well taken care of. Everybody is living the life that they want to live. Everyone has everything they need. So guess what I'm going to get? I'm going to get confirmation of that. If I truly, honestly believe that that's how people are living, that people are real careful, they have everything they need, they're living the life that they chose, they're in a position where they have everything at their fingertips, right? If I can accept that, then even if that's not the reality for everybody, I'm not going to be aware of it. It's not going to come to my doorstep. It's not going to be a part of it. When I travel, that's not what I'm going to see. When I travel, I don't see homeless people. I can't remember the last time I saw a homeless person. Like, physically. It's been a while. It's been some years where I physically saw someone it has been a while. It has been a couple of years since I physically seen that. And I'm not saying they don't exist. It's just really not a part of my reality because that's not what I give my attention to. I'm deciding that I'm lifting up people in consciousness, and I'm going to decide that everyone has everything they need, regardless of where they are, that people are well taken care of. Because here's the thing, that's the power of our mind, that we get to tell the story and write the script in what we want to see personally in our own universe, in our own reality. Why wouldn't we write the best story? Like, because here's the thing, if all of us used our minds, as Paul tells the Philippian church, right? The letter to the Philippians, chapter 4, verse 8. This is how I want you to think. What sort of things are lovely? Wouldn't it be lovely that everybody had everything they need? Why aren't we thinking that way? Whatever things are pure. We see no wrongness. We see nothing but rightness. We're only hearing things of good report, praiseworthy, noble, just, virtuous. This is what you are to think. Because you understand that your thoughts are creative and they're always creating your reality, and they're always going to give you confirmation of what you're thinking. Not what the world is thinking, not what the television, the newscasters, not what your neighbor is thinking, not what your grandmother is thinking, what you're thinking. And this is how you should use your mind. And we have to be honest. Are we always thinking that way? Are we using our mind for the lovely, for the pure, for the just, for the noble, for the praiseworthy and good report? Go ahead, Miss Kitty.
I wanted to add to that. This morning, or last night when I was falling asleep, I just kept remembering. Well, not as I was falling asleep, but before bedtime. Blah blah blah. I was remembering that attention is your currency. And then this morning, when I was awake, after I had awakened, and I was after my silent time, I was like, it never occurred to me in my whole life to ask for a soft and easy, except for I knew I always wanted it easy, but to ask for a soft life. We were so conditioned to always believe life is hard. Nobody said life was easy. That's a part of the fabric of what I was taught and heard. So, that those are quips that you heard consistently, these constructs. This fake ass simulation.
They love to leave with no matter who, everyone that supposedly has made it, celebrities out there always on, it wasn't given to me, I worked hard for this. They have, it's like it's a script. They have to say how hard and difficult it was for them to achieve their goal.
That is
not that I chose it, I enjoyed it. I loved what I was doing. I was infatuated with it. I was, it just, it had my mind, right? Because I look at it to the outside looking in. Yes, if you're spending 12 hours a day doing something you love, to the outside, oh, that's a lot. What are you doing that? But to you, if it's something that has captured your attention, your mind, you're like, them 12 hours feel like 2 hours, 20 minutes. What are you talking about?
Yes.
I'm just so in the flow of it. I'm just like, I can't think anything else but this. Yeah.
Soft and easy.
Soft and easy.
Soft and easy.
Yeah. I say light and easy. Light and easy is the way.
Light and easy. That's it.
Easy is the way. Yes.
Soft. It always, that was this morning. I was like, the comparison between a hard life and praying and not even having not having the faith that could happen, but not even understanding that that's a possibility. That's something to aspire to and towards.
Yeah. Have you seen Felicia Rashad's videos? Yeah, she talked about this. She said, get away from the people that tell you it's hard. It's difficult.
No,
because she said that she could have lived in any time period and have been successful. She was raised under, I forget what Eastern mysticism it was, but she was raised under that teaching, some Eastern thing. But because it's actually a YouTube, somebody just did one. It may be an hour long talking about how she grew up and her mindset and the things that she practiced, and I was like, it's a lot of more clips are coming out of them showing her being interviewed talking about manifestation. I was like, wow, didn't even know, like we in the age of information now. I'm like, I didn't even know, she on the Cosby Show all the time. They had no idea, but unless you were following her closely, right? Maybe you may have been knowing that, but kind of just watching the TV show, I didn't follow her career or anything like that. But now all of this information coming out of how people actually thought and how they manifested their careers and their lives because they had a certain type of mindset.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. And I know I didn't mention yesterday was the last day of the, going into the silence.
Yes.
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 Oh my goodness. So is anyone continuing further, or
I did it this morning.
Did you?
Yes, I really did. Yeah. I like you said, for me it's been clarity.
Mm-hmm. So much clarity. It's just like, wow. It's really helping you remember that this will help me to nothing to do, just be. Nothing to do. I don't have to try to make anything happen. It's like I just say what I want, pass the baton, and let it be.
And let it be.
And let it be. And let it be. And it's really that simple. It's really that simple. So we have. Did you have anything else you want to share?
No, I was just about to mute.
Thank you. Appreciate you as always. Hello, Mr. Kevin. How are you?
I am awesome. How are you?
Oh, great. Thank you.
I'm just, not that it needs to be, feel like I'm putting a bow on what you already said. You're on my favorite topic about what you think about, you bring about. Which is why Paul instructed you on what to think about. Because it's about the awareness of that your world that you experiences is because of your thoughts, not Kevin's thoughts or your thoughts. What you accept is true to you. What you literally, not figuratively, literally think about, you literally bring about. I mean, I love everybody on the panel and what they gave as their input and their individual perspectives. And Soul Levin, who's, one of my favorite, and he read about the part of being the ocean in one drop. And I say that often, that we are too vast to be contained in anything. This is why time is the illusion. Time is the illusion of limitation. And we don't fit in it. Maybe in a 3D sense, yeah. But that's not who we are. We are creators. A creature that creates. Simple, point blank, period. And we are always being who we choose to be. Emphasis on the choose. If you want to see and experience racism, think about it.
The quickest way to experience it, boy. Just give your attention to it.
Give your attention to it.
Smack you right upside the head.
If you want to see homeless people, put it in your mind. They have to obey your law. Because you are a creator. You are a creator. You are the universe in the drop of your thoughts. As many as the thoughts you get on a daily basis, you pick one and you be one. And there's no judgment behind it, except you go, you know what? I don't like this experience. So you judge it. I don't want to do this no more. I'm done. When you choose a different experience, you're always manifesting. You can't help it. You're a creature. Who creates? It is your nature. It's the reason for being. Like you heard me say, you are the reason for your season. It's you. It's always been you. It's always been you, and it'll always be you. We used to say, well, I used to say, you probably heard me on the live say before, you're not bringing something from outside over there and bringing it over here. You're letting what's inside you come outside of you to experience it. But just somebody that has $10 million, they have that in their mind, which is why they're able to experience it externally. Someone who never gets sick, well, how is that possible? Because in their mind, they don't carry sickness. Just because somebody else has a cold, they don't say, man, I wish I could have a cold. No, what they say is, let me start taking some vitamin C. What are you taking vitamin C for? Because everybody around me seems like they got a cold. And I'm afraid, I'm going to get it. And then what happened? You get it. Because what you bring about, what you think about, you bring about. Whether you are aware of it or not. We're only letting people be aware. That's all. Because when you're aware of something, then you can do something about it. The control is not in someone else's hands. It's in your hand. So, just put a bow on what you already said.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Not that it needs a bow. It's got bows all over it.
Love
Kevin,
it.
I want to say that you said something one night to A-Town that it was sobering, and I'm going to carry it with me for the rest of my life. You said, ain't no they. A-Town was saying something, and you just interjected, ain't no they. I was like, ooh. I remember that for every time I think about a they in my mind. I remember that.
I am just a reflection of you. You had me say that for you. I don't get credit for that. I said it because you needed me to say that. So
I needed you to say it.
Right, so you can get it. So thank yourself. That's your reward for loving on you. For loving on you.
Love it. Who they? That's it. That's Bengals. Who they? Oh, Gloomer Doom says on YouTube, the Olympics, the gold medal winners were asked why they won the gold and others did not. Many quoted that they envisioned winning before they competed.
It has to confirm. It has to confirm. You can't break the law. You can only confirm it. You can only confirm it. And they just proved it. That the law was confirmed through their thoughts.
Yep. As they say, give it to yourself in consciousness. I always be like, right? So it just means become aware of already being it, right?
Yes. You already have it.
Just become aware of already being it.
Yes.
Not becoming it, not how to get it, not looking for it. Being it, because all you have is the present moment. It's a gift. Are you gonna unwrap the gift? Or are you gonna hide it under a bushel?
And if you gotta work for it, it ain't a gift.
Say that part. Say that louder for the cheap seats. Say it for the cheap seats. You Can you see it for the cheap seats? If you gotta work for it,
it ain't a gift.
For this grace that we are saved, not of works, lest any man should boast.
Lest any man boast.
What people boasting all the time? You don't know how hard I work for this. I sacrifice, I sweated tears, blood, sweat, and tears, blood, sweat, and tears. Everybody boasting all over the place about what they done, thinking they made it happen.
It ain't made nothing happen.
But a whole lot of blood, sweat, and tears. That's all the thing you make yourself sweat unnecessarily.
I like when you quoted the part where the lepers who had to go show themselves to the priest.
Mm-hmm.
And because obviously those people were exiled from the community.
Mm-hmm.
It was law. They were not allowed to show themselves. They were ostracized on purpose.
Yep.
What do you do? And once you have received your desire, thank and go show. Thank, like the one that came back and thanked, and then he went to show.
Yep.
He didn't try to convince someone that they don't have leprosy anymore.
And they weren't like, well, what Jesus, wait a minute, how I'm gonna know it's not? He's go show them before anything, right? You gotta go in faith. You gotta go in faith.
That's the part is for someone else. That's not for you. We always say, I'm from Missouri. I'm from the show me state.
Mm.
No, you're not.
He said, no, you're not. Show and prove. People always looking to be showing. That's how you get deceived, though.
Right.
Looking for a sign. Signs get you deceived because you walking by sight.
Right.
You want to be shown something. People will definitely try to prove to you what they're saying. It will all be deception.
Right. People get me coming on live. Well, if there is a God, prove it. Well, you prove to me there isn't any. And all you're going to do is prove your ignorance.
Because here's the thing. Here's what I recognize. I talk about looking at the different, documentaries, right? Especially those where people are fascinated by the mystical or the fantastical, right? And that's how a lot of these people get misguided or taken, right? Because they're looking for something outside of them to confirm what it is what they're seeking for. And all these sleight of hand type things, right? Making people, like this one guy, he's making people think he's performing these surgeries, these physical surgeries on them with no antibiotic, no, cutting on people, putting his hand in their wound, taking scissors, putting it down their nostrils, making them think, and of course, upon further research, that's like a magician's trick. It was called hammerhead, where it's a part of the nasal cavity that once you put the whatever you put in there, the nasal cavity opens up and it doesn't hit anything. And so, but he was convincing these people that he was healing folks. And then upon further investigation, it was all smoke and mirrors. It was just all about him trying to grape women and get money.
What church was he pastor of?
He wasn't a pastor of anything. He went on. It's like them spiritual people, like the John Mansons and the David Koreshes, right? He was on that line where they tell these people, I had this spiritual mystical experience. a guiding light came and told me, and they said that I was going to do great work in the world and I was going to be a healer. And so they went out and convinced people that they were sent by God to be this divine healer and, and doing all these crazy stuff, trying to convince people that God was working through them to bring forth miracles.
Right.
And it's always ludicrous things that they have the people doing. But I get why people fall into it, right? Because people are desperate. People are hurting. They're either maybe, impoverished or very sick and ill. And, the medical community has given up on them. And so they're just like grabbing at straws, trying to find an answer, right?
Right.
And when I always caution what the Bible tells you, you don't look to man, you look within. If the answer isn't coming from within, then it's generally not the answer. If you don't feel like really led, like I always say, you should never do anything out of desperation at any time. The spirit doesn't need money to heal you. It doesn't, and not to say that I know we have a medical community and people have went to school and doctors, and so no one's saying that you shouldn't go to a doctor or anything, right?
Right.
But you understand that it's the spirit working through the doctor. It's not the doctor itself, right? It's the spirit working through the doctor. And whatever modern medicine that is happening is coming from the spirit. And to always give thanks for the inner light, any guidance within you. But we have a propensity to want to elevate and be so impressed by the fantastical, because it's like, if we can't explain it, then we got to put God as the reason, when there's always a natural, normal reason for why things are taking place in your life, regardless if you know the why or the how.
Yep.
Even if you're physically being restored, right? You didn't have to go to the doctor, but you have decided that my body is well. Where the body is a natural healing organism. And you may not be able to understand the chemistry that's happening within the body that's causing the body to heal itself. But when you cut yourself, it automatically starts to repair.
Exactly.
You already know that. And so it's the same thing that can happen when it comes to the diseases that the doctors have given up on, right? They have done all the studies about the placebo and the non-placebo effect, right? They understand that everything is happening. There's some chemical change happening in the body when you start to think a certain way. The chemistry in your body alters. And on a cellular level, things start to change and bring forth health and an expression of health.
Exactly.
Yep. That's what Mia said. Most of the diseases they can't resolve are ones driven by the mind. Yep. It's all mental.
We say that all the time. All is mine.
All
is your mind.
All is your mind. And most people, if they would just figure out a way how to lift their spirits, right? Not take, if the doctor come back with some diagnoses that you don't agree with, instead of going into panic, into fear, into distress, if you would just get still and get quiet and quiet your own mind and go within and talk to yourself, go ahead.
That's why I believe it's such a driving force to get you distracted from you.
Yeah.
And who you really, really are. Which is why it's my desire for this platform, and I've made that clear on multiple occasions. It's my desire that people find out and become aware of the power that they possess. Not that they're going to go get, eventually happen to them, that they already possess. now. That they have it at this very moment. That's why you don't have to say, I'm going to go get healed. I'm going to go get rich. I'm going to go get money. I'm going to go get this, go get that. No. By saying that you're going to get whatever it is that you desire, you are telling the universe that you don't have it. And if you know you don't have it, how can you ever get it?
Mm.
And everybody listening has manifested whatever in their life that's in their life. The wanted desires and the unwanted desires.
And I like how you said you will always remind us that you didn't have to do anything to make the unwanted happen. So why do you think you have to do something to make the wanted happen?
Yeah. Did anybody take a master class on how to get what they don't want? How much money did you pay them? Was it $5,000-$10,000 to be in their master class to show you how not to have, how to be in lack?
What did you do? You gave your attention to it.
You gave your attention to it.
That's the only thing. That's the only reason why it happened, and that's the same reason why you're gonna get what you wanted, because you gave your attention to it.
No, it was the devil. Where's my devil music? Where's my devil music?
You know, like people like, I had a feeling something wasn't gonna go right. Why didn't you chase the damn feeling then?
Right.
Why'd you lean into? Oh, I just knew it. I knew something bad was gonna happen. I knew something was good. I knew something wasn't gonna go right. I just knew it. Well, God damn it! If you knew it, why didn't you change it?
Right. Because they weren't aware that they could. They weren't aware that thing that came about that they was afraid of, they were the one that was the energy behind it. Because that thing has no energy of itself. So where did it get the energy? From you. Well, how did you give it to it? You gave it attention. Yep. You paid for it with the currency of your attention.
Yep.
You planted that seed, you nurtured that seed, and you let that seed come about.
Yep.
Into maturity.
That's why the power of awareness is so key. Because if you are aware that you're feeling, that your feelings, if you think your feelings are created, because it's really your thoughts being manifested as an uneasy alert, right?
Yes.
Because your feeling is really, you're thinking something negative. You're thinking, and you can't quite, vocalize it, but you're having thoughts of an uneasy or unwanted expression. And instead of getting still and being quiet and alchemizing that thought, you try to act like, oh my goodness, you go into panic mode instead of stillness mode.
Right. Stillness doesn't feed the energy. Panic or anxiety does. It gives it the energy to form into material existence.
Yep.
When you're saying they're always picking on me, or you're saying if it ain't one thing, somebody can finish this statement, it's another. Well, every time I turn around, it's something. If you ever catch yourself thinking or saying that, you're manifesting.
Is that a cult?
Yeah.
I don't know what that was about.
No, I think she didn't know she was coming up. She probably didn't mean, so people accidentally request up. So
yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah. Oh, no problem, Sandy. No problem. So Mia came up. See what Mia wanted to say. What did you want to add, Mia?
Oh no, I was just listening to the conversation, and I agree so much. And
it just makes me think about my mother so much. And she spent so much of her life in this state of worry and anxiousness. And like literally into her passing. And I remember in like the last few years of her life, couple years, I used to get so frustrated because of her thinking. And she would just worry and just be anxious. And she had so much fear. But she was a woman of God, and she just had that fear. And I always be like, yo, why are you so scared? Mm-hmm. You know? And you know, she prayed for her children. Even after she passed, some of her things, her journal, her Bible, she has pictures of me in certain Bible verses, you know, and even up into her last days, you know, our pastor's wife that came to visit her, you know, was saying that she was very worried about me. Mm-hmm. And that kind of bothers me. Like, why is she worried about me? You know, and I kind of have some ideas of why, but it's just like, it bothers me that she was in such a state of worry all the time, and just how she left this earth. It was a physical manifestation of all of her worry. Mm-hmm. She carried so much into her entire life, from things that happened to her from childhood, young adulthood, trauma, hurtful things, and she just carried it and carried it and carried it, and it ate away her in the form of lupus. Oh. And, you know, lupus took her beauty. It took everything from her physically. My mama was beautiful, but it just stripped her from everything. And, you know, she had a knee replacement that got infected, and, you know, she couldn't walk for years, but half of it was due to fear. She had a fear of pain, a fear of discomfort, a fear of falling, and her fear kept her bedridden for almost a decade. Fear. And a fall is what caused her final death. Oh, wow. She had a fear of falling, going to the hospital, never coming home, and that's exactly how she passed away. Mm-hmm. And, you know, it was just very disappointing, you know, and I wanted her to rest and understand that, you know, you are powerful. And I wasn't even fully deconstructed at all at the time where she passed. But I did know and understand that her fear was illogical. Yeah. And I couldn't understand why she had so much of it. And I would like that a lot, as well as, you know, as far as anxiousness and my thoughts controlling how I behave. Her thoughts controlled her inability to stand up and walk, because there was nothing physiologically stopping her from walking. Really? Not one thing. My mother, not one thing. Oh, wow. Not one thing physiological was stopping her from walking. Wow. Nothing but the mind. Nothing but the mind. That's how powerful it is. Her mind told her she couldn't. Her mind told her that she had to be afraid. Her mind told her everything. Mm. And she died in her sin. She died not meeting her highest potential. She died missing her mark. Not died and going to hell. You died missing your mark. Mm-hmm. Because you didn't know who you were. So, you know, and after that, you know, I saw my mother, and, you know, the last month of her life, I was like, man, bump this. And my dad got kind of old. He was more difficult for him to help her and get her in the chair. Mm-hmm. And she had lost a lot of weight. She was easy to lift. So I would get out for work. I would come home, go over there and bathe her and stuff. And I would put her in the chair myself. You're going to go outside and see some sunlight. Mm-hmm. And just sit and look at her. She just loved it. She put on her sunglasses. We would sit outside and just look at the sun and feel the sun, probably 2 months before she died. And I'm so glad I was able to let her go out and see the sun. Yes. But she was such a light. Even though she was afraid and had the fear, she had so much grace. Mm-hmm. And she wasn't a down, miserable person to be around. She was very fun and loving, but in her own right, she could not get around that. And that was very powerful of me, and a lesson for me in my life, because we are all one. I am my mom. So I just have to take a concerted effort to be fearless. Mm-hmm. And to not let fear control you, because that's literally what it is. It's controlling you. It's stopping you from meeting your highest potential, from being your best self, from doing all of those things you want to do. And it will do that. And, you know, these diseases and all this stuff, I don't even get caught up in that, all that going to, you know, I do what I got to do.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I don't go into the shop, well, you're over 40 now, you need to go get a mammogram and all this. You need to check for lumps. I ain't checking for shit.
Right.
I ain't had no lumps in my 30s. I ain't got no lumps in my 40s. You know, you're not going to have, you're going to go press my breast down like a panini. You're going to damn create a lump.
That part. That's what they were saying. I think I even heard they were saying that the very thing that they're trying to keep you from experiencing is the very thing they're causing.
Absolutely. You go to the dentist, they start messing with your teeth, you're going to have teeth problem for the next decade. They
create the problem that they're trying to tell you that you have.
But they create the problem physically and they create the problem mentally for you by telling you, oh, look, I'll go to the dentist and they'll tell you all these things are wrong with your damn teeth. No, my teeth are fine. They don't ache. They're straight. I sucked my thumb for 42 years. They're straight. I've never had a cavity. I brush my teeth regularly. I'm good. Yep. Don't pull nothing.
It's just like whenever the world tells you something, it's like it's the exact. You know how they was convincing everybody milk does the body good?
Yeah, my whole childhood. Now everybody lactose intolerant, drinking oat milk and everything else.
They say it caused osteoporosis and all kind of stuff.
Yes,
because the only reason they wanted you to do it because they were trying to help the dairy industry. It's just like everything is always money based.
And it's never logically based because we're the only mammal that drink the milk of another mammal. That's why it tears your stomach up. Sudden infant death syndrome is linked to milk because the calcium in a cow's milk is too strong for a damn baby. But we'll go run out and go take a pill to dry up our breast milk and go get some formula and some bullshit that the government done created. Now, I'm not talking about the women who physiologically have issues with that. But in general, people look down at breast milk. Look, okay. But, you know, just things like that. So you just really have to know yourself and know who you are because if you let the world tell you who you are, you'll be all messed up.
Yeah. I feel like if you do things because you want to, not because the world is telling you to, you won't have an effect of it. But if you're doing it solely because they're the ones directing your decision, to me, that's only because you are the power, you are the cause of the reality, right? So nothing can hurt God unless you create that something can hurt you, right?
Yes.
So, but if you're doing it solely based on what someone else is saying and not because it's your own personal decision to do so, then I think that's when you get the consequences of whatever the choice is.
Exactly, because you're making something else your God. You're giving something else power over you. You're giving the medical industry power over you. You know, in some countries, it's not even legal to tell children about hell. I'm like, damn, I wish I would have lived there. Because the idea of hell and all that traumatized me for a large majority of my life. You know, so imagine living in a world where you don't think about hell. You can just be your best self. So, it's kind of amazing. But yeah, I really love that conversation because, you know, we don't really realize how powerful our mind is, yet we use it for such negativity. It's so easy for us to focus on the negative, yet we feel like it's so hard to focus on the desirable.
But it's just as easy on either side.
It's easy on either side. You just don't realize it, you know, so yeah, I'll lay my plane.
Thank you so much for sharing. Yep. Let it be a cautionary tale for us all. Gain control of get self-mastery of your thoughts. That's what you have to do because perfect love is the remedy. Be perfected in love. Understand that you are perfect love to express, and there's nothing to fear. There's only to express. Hello, Sandy. How are you?
Hello, my dear.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Thank you.
When I hear truth, it kind of sends me off, you know, for the things that I don't want to say Christian, but some people believe. And for the life of God, you can't get them to understand or even sit and even ponder upon it. Question it with your God. Is it true that Sister Toyia is saying? How could this? No. They just going with what they were being taught. You see, but Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. And I believe that many Christians, they're in a box. Mm-hmm. And like this box is like when you're watching Fear Factor, you throw it in the sea and you got to fight for open that. And it's a big fight because they're not getting it open. So, they're there and they're going to drown and they're going to die right there. Because I can't understand why this God, right? This dreaded God that some people serve, mm-hmm. And this God of wrath. This why God doing Satan's job. Isn't Satan got his job while God has his? God's job is to love and to see everything that is good and become rich and success. How could God do Satan's job, So it baffles me sometimes, and some people are so proud to know that the God that they serve, oh, God has put me through this. God has put you through what? Just look back and see where you went wrong and make sure you do it right in the future. God don't put you through nothing. Your own silly mistakes cause you to go through some things. But because of the grace of God today, you decided to, to channel your thoughts and your mind in the right direction. Things begin to happen for you. Yeah. Like it says here, God is the mind. As a man thinketh, so is he. And one thing I can't understand, why is it people sitting down and waiting for some year when they're gonna put a chit in their hands and they're gonna have to pay through the chit, and later days when some hearts coming out of the sky, and when this is gonna happen and massive, why is people just sit down looking for the bad things to happen when we can take our minds and put it in a place, you see, where like 2 or 3 come together and watch things turn out for the better. Watch things change for us in this life. Nobody is seeing nothing to, and then you're serving God. Then you're going to church every Sunday and you're more holy than righteous. But you can see that the God that you are serving, he can do all things. He's going to save us from this destruction. I don't know. Sometimes when I listen to, I always know Christian is not my faith. I sit in church for many years, and something by the time I leave the church, I ain't remember nothing what it is. I decided to search myself, go into self, and I said, this Bible got to be rewrite for me. I need the truth. And when the truth begins to unravel for me, I'm in a wilderness. There's nobody, that I can tell the truth to God, because everybody going in one direction, and it's like I'm going against it. So when I meet you, and I meet a couple of people like-minded, I feel good that no, I'm not lost. This is indeed the truth, and many is not following the truth. We ain't got many going this direction. Is going the other way. But to God be the glory, And like I just say to people, I say, well, okay, if you have decided you're going to die, your alone is going to stay here, and I can start the next generation. Because I'm not going down that road. That road that you guys is going on, I ain't going down that road. I know my God. I know what I got. And like I like to say it, as a man thinketh, so is he. And if as a man thinketh, so is he, then I can think good things. I can think good things because I want good things to happen to me. I say to somebody the other day, some of the things in the Bible, I just don't go with it. I take what works with me. I cherry pick what working for me, and I put it into practice. And they have a problem with me doing that. They have a big problem with me because me going with everything.
Everybody cherry picks the Bible, though.
I cherry pick.
Everybody cherry picks.
Life. And I'm going fine. One say the Bible says that we must go with what is in there, because if we don't, so many things is gonna happen. Is this a cult? Is this to keep me in a place? So where is my God today? Yeah, where is my God today? And so what he tell Moses can't work today. What he says to Aaron, that Jesus, the white boy with the pink lip, can't work today. So I have got to prove my true, authentic self in this life. So, but to God be the glory. You can't make four hearts to eat grass. So I'm just going to keep on glowing and growing all the time. Some people, I said to them, I have no problem, because I come to a place when, I've learned from mistakes. I ain't got problems. And like my sister said, sickness, I don't go check for nothing. Because I know I'm blessed. And, I'm going through this. And the only thing I want to go through is the bank door, the embassy door. I want to go through these big doors, these doors that will bring me something. I want to go
that far. That's only I'm going through is a door. Right. That's
cases. I don't want liar. I got my doctor. No, I don't have doctors. I don't want a doctor. I don't want these things. The life I want to live is so blessed, so happy, and so successful. So I'm asking you, keep on doing what you're doing. I'm on your side. He said, if you find 5 righteous, I'm on board. And he's going to do a lot of things. Peace.
Peace. Love it. Love it. I like that. I'm only going through this door. That's the only thing I'm going through. I love it. I love it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, we can get caught up in what other people are believing and what people are doing, but you just got to keep your eyes focused on your path, on your road, on your journey. Stay, decide what you want. Like we were saying, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? And you recognize a lot of people don't know what they want, right? They could tell you all about what they don't want, but that's a starting point. You know what you don't want, and then maybe they can give you clarity, or hopefully it will give you clarity of what you do want. And I realize people want freedom, right? Freedom to be and to do and to have whatever they desire. That's what people want, true freedom, right? Freedom. And the truth makes you free. And then you recognize that you're the truth. You're free to choose whatever you like. When you recognize that you are the truth and that makes you free, you can have whatever you want. So what do you want? There's no limitation. There's no wrong or right. It's just decide what you want. And you don't need a big reason for it either, I know I was talking about, why do you want the thing, but that don't even really matter. The why doesn't, because you want to experience it. Somebody else telling you money don't make you happy. Let me find out for myself if money make me happy or not. I don't need you telling me that what money don't do. Let me figure out if being a multimillionaire or 100,000 is going to somehow put me down in the dumps. Let me figure that. Maybe it didn't make you happy. Maybe you couldn't figure out how to live lovely with it and do what it was meant to be done with it, which is just a tool. That's all it is a tool for exchanging one thing for another. But at the end of the day, you understand that the true currency in this reality is your attention. And so you give your attention to whatever things that you want, the nicer car, the bigger house, the amazing relationship, the beautiful body, the healthy body, whatever it is that you want. I want to see what I really love a Chanel purse. Okay, just imagine that you got it, not how you're going to get it, not where the money is going to come from. Or I really like to go to Bora Bora. Don't worry about where the money coming from. If your bank account is saying negative, it doesn't. Just say, I could really use a vacation. I've always wanted to go to Bora Bora. See yourself. Say that you're going to Bora Bora. Not how you're going to get there, not where you're going to go, not hoping somebody invites you. Nope. You're going to live in the end of being at Bora, deciding that you're going to Bora Bora. You're making a decision that that's your next traveling manifestation. But it doesn't matter what it is. Oh, I want to learn Spanish. I want to learn French. I want to learn Mandarin. Whatever it is. I want a 5,000 square foot home, or I want a 7,500 square foot home, or I would like to have multiple real estate properties, or whatever it is. But when you decide what you want, maintain the state. And how do you maintain the state? Choose not to think in opposition of it, right? You can say what you want and then just let it go. Just put it out there. And then don't even think about it anymore. Or if you're going to think about it from a place of already having it. This is where you got to train your mind to only live from the state of the thing desired and not how to get it or where it's coming from or how long it's going to take. But you will see that things come, quote unquote, quicker, if that's even a thing, when you say it and forget it. When you're just like, I want it, and I can't make it happen, so I don't need to be worrying my pretty little head about how it's going to happen, where the money's going to come from. It's none of my business. My business is just what? To say it's already mine. That's your only business. And so, which means you've already done what's required of you. What's required of you, you've already done. All you had to do was make the choice and decide it's yours. That's it. You're not required to do anything else. And the people and the money, if it's required, and the situations and the bridge of incidents, the occurrences, the events that needs to take place to bring it into your visibility, to bring it from within you to outside of you. Remember, as Kevin said, you're not bringing what's over there over here. You're bringing what's in without. As within, so without. But we understand everything is a process. There are going to be things that happen in the third dimensional space that's going to bring it into your visibility. And if it take 1,000 people to bring your desire into visibility, it'll take 1,000 people. Consciousness always moves at the least path of resistance. It isn't trying to fight to get to you. The only fighting comes because you get in the way of it. You get in the way. You got to move out the way and let consciousness do its thing. Your only requirement was to tell consciousness what you wanted, right? You only say, this is what I desire to have. What have you of me? To live in a castle. To go travel to Italy. I want to own a Lamborghini. I really like those Hondas. Oh, Chevy Tahoes. I've always wanted big trucks. Love them. Yeah, let me go get me a Hummer. Flatbed Hummer. I didn't know Hummers made flatbeds. I just found that out about a couple of weeks ago. Like, damn, Hummers make flatbeds? Okay. It was a nice car, too. I was like, a beautiful car. I'm like, how much this thing weigh? I said, you get a tax write-off for this big ass car, don't you? There's like, I definitely do. I'm like, I know. I'm like, I know this. How much this is? About a ton? Is this? Because Hummers are big cars, heavy cars. Mindset matters. That's it. Your mindset matters. Your mindset is the only one that matters in your reality. No one else's mindset matters other than your own. There's one of the mods on YouTube. Her name is DNA Mindset Matters. That's the only mindset. Your mindset is the only one that matters. It's your mindset. It's not what you're seeing on the news, because the news is just a reflection of what you already believe to be true. So if you're watching the news, you're getting confirmation of what you believe, right? So you believe in crime and people, the government taking advantage, the government not really doing it. The president is a oompa loompa. You're going to see that all on the news if that's what you think, if that's what you believe. Everything you watch on TV, on your social media, is all projecting back to you your belief system, regardless if you're aware of it or not. But your subconscious mind knows what you identify with, knows what you are in agreement with, and it's always going to show you yourself. Your world is always showing you who you are. When it comes to relationships, when it comes to your job, when it comes to your finances, when it comes to your health, how you feel about yourself, everything that's going on in you, in your mind, in your consciousness, in your awareness is reflected back to you. And if you're saying something that you didn't know was there, instead of complaining and worrying about how did that get there? Why is that there? Just change it. You don't have to do no deep dive. You don't have to do no going back into your childhood. I know where that came from. That came from when I was 5 years old and I was sitting in my, in my kindergarten class and so said, nope, just change it. You can do that. I'm not saying you can't do it. But the whole purpose of your awareness of knowing it, if it isn't benefiting you, is just to change it. Because you don't want to go into this rabbit hole of always trying to recycle the past, keep bringing up past. And the whole reason of you remembering the past is so that you can forget it, really. Literally. The whole reason why you're remembering the past is so you can forget it. So you can revise it. So you can change it to something else. No matter what it is, you can retell the story. You can retell the story about any memory you have that you feel like, I wish it went differently. Guess what? You don't have to wish anymore. You can change it and rewrite the story exactly the way you want it to have happened. If you're remembering a loved one, if you're remembering a certain relationship, if you're remembering things you did with money, anything, your health, anything, you can decide to retell the story. That's the beauty of make believe. You can make believe anything is real. And as long as you convince yourself of that reality, you will reap the benefits of it. It will be reflected back to you. You can decide to remember anyone the way you desire to remember them. Because remember, they're in you. Like me was saying, she's her mom. She can remember her mom differently. She does not have to accept the experience she had with her mom. She could decide that her mom this is actually how my mom lived out her last before she transitioned out of the third dimensional space. She can retell that story and make it something that she is at peace with. And here's the thing, is only if you desire to. Nothing, there's no you should do this or you shouldn't do this. I'm just saying that's an option. You can rewrite the story and tell the version that you want to continue to have alive in your mind. Because I did that with my mom. My mom transitioned the year in 2017. And I just decided to, when I think of my mom, to remember the type of relationship I wanted to have with her. And so I started forgiving her in my mind and retelling a different version of her in my mind. And the moment I got at peace with it. So, I don't really talk about my mom. I know you all don't really talk about my mom a whole lot. She transitioned in 2017. And I'm just like, I'm going to remember my mom differently. I'm going to remember her the way I wanted our relationship to be, not how it played out, but how I wanted it to play out. And just kept saying it and 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 kept saying it, right? Because that's the whole beauty of revision. That's the whole beauty of repentance. You can take any situation and change it to your liking. Because it's rooted in you anyway. It's your thoughts anyway. It's your memory anyway. It's your experience anyway. So allow it to benefit you. Oh, Lord. What are you talking about? Oh, my goodness. Lambs cut above. No, some people are so doom and gloom. They just really, and I'm going to remove this comment because I'm like, what? What is going on? They, someone is spreading lack. And it's just like, so when you see things like that, you see things like I see something like that, I remove it. And now I have to transmute it in my mind, right? I have to see what I saw and then say, well, actually, this person said you're going to be prosperous and live in health, even as your soul prospers, right? As the Bible says, you have to guard that heart with all diligence. You have to be the watchman at the gate. You have to be so on point when it comes to your mind and recognize that what you're seeing is because it's something that needs to be transmuted or alchemized or revised. So what's entering into your consciousness, your awareness, is the lovely, the pure, the just, the noble, the honest, the praiseworthy, the good report. Just set it and forget it. I get it. Some people, the world that we live in has just been trained to make you think things, the lack mentality is, but that's what has to be changed, right? Talking about the lack mentality. No, mentalities are abundant. They're flourishing. They're amazing. They're prospering, right? So even how we even talk has to change when we talk about the world. We just got to focus on Nope, the world is amazing, it's abundant, it's beautiful, it's flourishing, it's prospering, because that truly is the world we live in. We live in a prosperous world. There is no lack in consciousness, right? There's really no lack in our world. The world is always filled to overflowing. There is always more than enough, regardless of, what we were programmed to accept and believe. Now it's time to transmute that mindset and say, nope. Everywhere I look, everywhere I turn, is nothing but abundance, is nothing but plentiful, it's a bountiful expression of love, of beauty, of joy, prosperity, success. You just really have to be intentional about how we talk, what we speak, our inner conversation, our vocalized conversation. Everything has to be like the way you want it to be. Things that are lovely. Always keep your mind on the lovely. Keep your mind on the lovely, the good report. Say what you want to see and you will see it. Say the way you want things to be and it will be. It's like you got to be closed circuit, right? You're like in your own silo. You're only in your own echo chamber. Yes, you want the world to echo back to you the lovely, the beauty, the joy, the compassion, the abundance, flourishing, health, wealth, happiness, success, all of the good things. That's what you want reverberating throughout your reality. As within, so without. Those who are truly wealthy, they don't talk about lack, right? They don't talk about it. That doesn't even come into them. They're only about, expansion, 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 because that's the whole point of this reality is expansion. There's no such thing as too much in an economy of infinite abundance. There is no such thing as too much. What's too much money in a world economy where it's infinite abundance? Where we print paper at will, we print money at will, we can just punch in a bunch of numbers onto a screen. Numbers are infinite, right? It goes on and on and on and on. Because money is all mind. Your money is your mind. That is your true currency, and your mind is infinite. It never runs out. It's never short on cash. It's never short. It's always a surplus. Somebody said, what does wealth have to do with God? Are you a Christian? Have you not read the Bible? Oh my goodness. Do you think poverty is associated with God? What does poverty have to do with God? Would be the better question. You think God and poverty are synonymous, are equated with one another? Because those are questions you have to ask yourself. If you have a problem with wealth, you're telling me God wants you poor? Because if you're saying God doesn't want you rich, are you saying God wants you poor? God doesn't want your needs supplied according to its riches and glory? The blessings of the Lord don't make you rich. God does not give you the power to possess wealth. Those are all scriptures. So I'm going to close the live out. I really was another great live, great conversation. We remember this truth and recognize you can be doing half whatever you desire. There's no limitation. The whole purpose of awakening is to unlimit yourself, to be rich in every area, to you do not have to struggle, strain, compromise, sacrifice, push, pull. I say you only have one job: the joy of being. That's your only job. The joy of being. So you're like, what am I supposed to be doing? Oh, experiencing joy, experiencing love, the joy of being. That's my only job. Being free, being lovely, being kind, being appreciative, being in health, being prospered, being abundant. If you want to be a multimillionaire, being a multimillionaire. If you want to be an entrepreneur, being whatever it is, being married, being whatever. It doesn't, whatever you're desiring, the joy of being, that is your job. Oh, love it, love it, love it. Divinely honest. So I just made up a song. I'm living the easy life. I'm living the opulent life. I'm living the easy life. I appreciate life. Yes. Who said anything about having wealth be your master? Who said about making wealth God? I said that God gives you the power to possess the wealth, not to be possessed by the wealth. That's different. And you are the Son of Man, and you absolutely have a place to lay your head. So now are we the sons of God? So, you can believe in the suffering servant. I don't. But if that's something you choose to do, again, wealth is inherent. Poverty is the illusion. Poverty is a dis-ease. It's a discomfort. So all of these people that want to come in here and quote scriptures about not being wealthy are the main ones that probably trying to get as much money on their job as they can. The ones that's coming in here claiming how much God don't want you to have money are the main ones trying to get as much money as they can. While they're claiming that God told them to give their money to the poor, that's the last thing on their mind, is giving money to the poor. They're more concerned about giving 10% to their church's ministries than giving to the poor. But I don't know why God would need you to give to the poor. How come God just couldn't give to the poor? That's the part that doesn't make sense, right? If God can find a way to get you the money, why does God need you to find a way to give it to the poor? Why does God need a proxy for the poor? Because if you don't consider yourself poor and you have money that you claim come from God, why can't the poor also get the money that can come directly from God? Why does God need another person? That part. Why wouldn't he want you to have stuff? That part. Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day too. That's so not true. Because are you a servant of God? Are you saved? Ellen Chito, you're telling me you don't have material possessions? Is that what you're telling me? If God only cared about your salvation, why do you have a house, a car? Why do you work? If all God cared about was your spiritual salvation, why do you work? Why do you cash a check every pay period? Why do you have a house? Why do you have a car? It makes absolutely no sense if that's all God cared about. Because you think God is something separate from you bestowing gifts upon those he wished to have and not in those he don't wish to have. You really think God is out here deciding who gets to be poor and who doesn't get to be poor? The only one deciding who's poor or not is you. The person that's poor is the only one that is creating the poverty because they believe in poverty. That part. But all right, guys. Thank you once again for joining. You all have an amazing rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Had a wonderful time once again. Catch the recaps on YouTube. Go get my free ebooks. The link tree is in the bio regarding manifestation and also children's books to help your younger folks in your life understand the power of their mind and that they create their reality as well with the rightful use of thought, because your thoughts are things, and what you think about, you most certainly bring about. You can teach these to your children, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, to all those in your, in your family. Get them on the train to realizing their every desire and that they can have the life of their dreams as well. Until next time, guys. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.